Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
Binabal ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. FBI Jamsi na by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Ang group, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap ng ating mga GEEK mantik at harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK pamata sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois!
Wow!
Paripan to
PUBG Mobile version 2.1 new game mode, Ancient Secret Arise. Hey there fellow PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile version 2.1 introduces the all-new Ancient Secret Arise themed mode. In this video, I'd like to walk you through some of the features of this update. Ancient Secret Arise. The new game mode is launched in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. You can select the 3 maps in ranked mode and switch between the classic and themed versions. Ancient Secret Arise introduces new gameplay and unique cutscenes. On Spawn Island in Erangel and Miramar, players will be greeted with a spectacular scene of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match begins, a sandstorm zone will appear on the battleground. Tap the minimap to locate it. Players stand a chance of stumbling upon the new Scarab Charm item when searching for supplies in the sandstorm zone. When a player is eliminated, a Scarab Charm can be used to return to the battleground. The Scarab Charm uses a recall tower attempt when activated. By taking advantage of a Scarab Charm, you'll be able to quickly return to the battleground and exact your revenge after being eliminated. They also allow you to be more aggressive early in the game, or launch preemptive strikes to get the upper hand. But keep in mind, Scarab Charms can only be activated within a certain time after the match starts. The item itself also only lasts a certain duration. You can check the remaining time by opening your backpack. Most importantly, during each match, each player can only pick up 1 Scarab Charm. The new version introduces a new feature, the Emperor Temples. Tap the minimap to view the 2 temple locations, time of activation, and travel paths. After the countdown ends, the Sand Giants carry the respective Emperor Temples along designated routes across the map. At the same time, the paths of the Giants will light up, forming quicksand paths. Approach a quicksand path to get more details about the Emperor Temple. Before the Sand Giant reaches the quicksand path, the stone slates along the path are inactive, and players cannot step on the slates to be transported to the temple. As the Sand Giant approaches the quicksand path, the slates will light up and become activated. Players can then step on the slate and be carried slowly up the quicksand path into the Emperor Temple. The Emperor Temple contains the Pharaoh's ceiling slates. Players can follow the golden path on the courtyard floor to advance into the temple and locate all 4 secret slates. Stepping on all 4 slates activates a door deep within the temple. Players can then advance to the heart of the temple and take a lift to the top floor, where they will face the Pharaoh's final trial, the Ancient Secret Guardian. Defeat the Ancient Secret Guardian to get awesome rewards that will help you achieve ultimate victory. Before the Ancient Secret Guardian is awakened, players can move freely between the temple and the battleground. However, players will not be able to enter the temple once the Guardian is away. Remember to time your entry into the temple to not miss out on the spoils. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are numerous Scarab ruins and Jackal ruins to be found across the battleground. Players can distinguish between the ruins based on the icons on the mini-map and by the statues at the entrances. Solve the ruin puzzles to obtain the treasure chest within. In the Jackal ruins, you'll see a stone pillar engraved with different symbols and levers on either side. Interacting with the left lever rotates the two bottom blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Interacting with the right lever rotates the two top blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Players must interact with the two levers until the symbols on all sides of the pillar are aligned to solve the ruin puzzle. When interacting with the levers, players can first focus on just one of the levers to rotate the blocks until two of the three symbols are aligned. Then, interact with the other one to control the already aligned blocks and match them with the third symbol to solve the puzzle. In the Scarab ruins, players are required to destroy 4 scarabs hidden in the ruins. The scarabs could be scaling a wall or in the air. One of the scarabs can even conceal itself. In order to find them, besides closely scanning your screen, you can also detect their presence by the sound they make. The louder the sound, the closer they are. When a scarab is near your right, the sound will be concentrated on the right speaker. Conversely, if it's to your left, the sound will be concentrated on the left. When you are behind a scarab, the sound it makes will be louder than when you are in front. Use these sounds to your advantage to easily find the scarabs. While solving the puzzles, mummy warriors and guardian beasts lurking in the ruins will try to stop you. The mummy warriors are mobs with powerful melee attacks. They will often attack players in groups. When facing them, use their slow attack speed to your advantage and keep your distance. Wait for the right time to launch your attack. Compared to the mummy warriors, the guardian beasts are more difficult to deal with. Their large wings allow them to move swiftly in the air and dodge most attacks. They will dive and attack players while they are reloading. When you encounter them, use the ruined terrain to your advantage. Find cover from the guardian beasts' dive attacks and pick them off one by one with the sustained firepower of high-capacity weapons. Defeating mummy warriors and guardian beasts will also drop bonus items. Players will also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water after solving ruin puzzles or defeating ruin enemies, which can recover all your health and energy. Having Primordial Water in your arsenal as your mid-match boost or a secret weapon in the final circle will surely increase your odds of victory. Lots of scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the golden scorpions guarding the gates and claim the valuable supplies within. Scavenging has just got a whole lot easier. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up on shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant. Not only are there random item discounts, you can also avoid having to compete with other players in advanced supply zones. That's all for this video. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile's new game mode, please follow our official PUBG Mobile account. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please!
awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchants is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Good evening, survivors, and welcome to the third week of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contract here with GEEK, and man, we're feeling good about this week because we're about to see a lot of shift throughout the standings. And of course, welcome on board once more.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for today, more so than yesterday. Gotta be honest, I was a bit under the weather. I don't know why. It seems like we both are, and you're still, you know, limping with a broken leg, it seems. But I'm feeling much better, especially with GEEK Fam coming in with 2 chicken dinners. Bosskurr to start off the week as well with 2 chicken dinners and 1 for Sem 9. Now, is it going to be another run-through of GEEK Fam this week? I guess that's the question we're about to find out.
And of course, there's still Genexus out there to chase upon them, but we'll leave that story for a little bit later. Now, of course, we also have to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, and of course, with GT Neo 3, the Neo Speed awakens.
Yeah, go get yourself these brand new phones. Look at the pattern, very sporty, I guess. If you watch the video, you know they flaunting on speed and performance here. All thanks to the brand new dual chipset system, the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. So go check this one out. Check the reviews. I'm pretty sure it's all abundance on YouTube right now, and find out if it's worth your time.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't really have time to go to malls to pay your phone bills and stuff like that, tell you what, Yoodo powered by Cellcom here is our official digital telco partners, and by scanning that QR code, you not only get your SIM pack delivered to you, you can play PUBG Mobile for absolutely free, no charges of data, and of course, you can make that change, and you guys could definitely scan this QR code throughout the course of the games that we play whenever it pops up on your screen.
Yeah, only if you're fast enough. So that's a challenge to you too. But if you're fast on your fingers, then you must have been doing a lot of the cool cuts and transition on TikTok, which, by the way, PUBG Mobile is still trying to figure out. They're trying to be the young kids now, and so go over to PUBG Mobile's TikTok called PUBG Mobile MY Official if you're Malaysian, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Filipinos right there. And let's take a look at the format for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
That's right, we started off here on the Country League. Now we're already into the third week of those matches. So we have 5 matches per day. On Sunday, we have an extra round for the top 12 teams to play in Livik. So the country finals will be happening next month. And by the end of the month, we'll be seeing who makes it to the PMPLC Championship. Top 4 gets that direct slot. Meanwhile, 5th place to 7th place will have to fight it out with the rest of the regions in order to qualify for the C Championship through the play-ins.
Yeah, and so it's still a lot of huge chances for the rest of the teams here, although they don't find themselves too hot. Maybe in one of those weeks that were played, so far only 2. Come in week 3, they might have a chance to equalize because top 16 is still very doable for some of them. Only 4 will be eliminated, and of course, we're basing off this point system right here. First place taking home the chicken dinner at 15 full placement points. Down goes to 12 on 2nd, 10 in 3rd, 8 in 4th, 6th on 5th, and 4 on 6th. 2 in 7th, 8 to 12 gets 1 point, 13 to 16, unfortunately nil. Elimination points do come in handy though to stack upon those said given placement points itself. And they're playing for the prize of $150,000 US. If that isn't incentive enough, I don't know what is.
Well, I don't know what is either. Well, time to train up. Sign up for the next tournament run for the PMPL. And we will have to focus on the bonus points because these are the points that will be acquired by each teams that will find themselves placed over on the standings. So the top team will be awarded with 20 points, and these points will be carried forward throughout the league run. So the more points you get, to acquire, the likelihood of them achieving the top 16 for the grand finals is going to be looking really good. So nobody really wants to be at 17th to 20th because that is not rewarding at all. Meanwhile, for the teams that have maintained a good top 8 throughout the past 2 weeks, they've been looking mighty fine. They shouldn't be worried too much.
Yeah, and talking about the teams, here they are in front of you. Group A, B, C, D, E. We've got HomeBois in A, Bosskurr, Team Secret, and Team HYVE. Over in B, Dingoz, GEEK, MAB, and SMG. Group C, Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, and Crit VIP. D brings you Genexus, Axis, DBD, and MUGEN, or Don't Break Dreams for DBD. For rivals, M9, and Farang and HYVE International comes in at E.
Now, we will have to take a look at the head-to-head highlights that we also had throughout the span of the round that we had yesterday. And we saw Bosskurr securing their first ever back-to-back chicken dinner in the day. Well, I can't call it back-to-back. It's still 2 chicken dinners regardless, where we have huge damage output from some of these players, such as HomeBois, and from Tabah NSEA, it's Flax OP.
Yeah, we're talking about back-to-back. That one goes to GEEK Fam, actually. Played the first Sanok, got the chicken dinner, took a break, and then came in for their second Erangel and also chickened that round. And so GEEK Fam already up to a very, very nasty start here. Trying to build in the lead right now, looking very, very strong. I think 20 pointers lead from the ones in second place. And so the rest of the team, Genexus, if they're looking to close in back the gap for the PMGC points, their chance to do it starts now.
That's right, and overall, you just see how well they play, even inside of Erangel in the open bounce, where they landed that double chicken dinner. We saw GEEK Fam really pushing through many of all these occasions, and on this very instance, we thought, okay, GEEK Fam possibly could actually end the round with the chicken dinner, but Bosskurr just a little bit too strong on the lower ground, where they've been able to also get a couple of big wins playing inside of Erangel.
Yep, I mean, look at that. Just spraying absolutely into the scene here. Bosskurr definitely taking up a lot of pointers. Just hitting the mark so many times. Taking out RSG, Team HYVE as well in this very clutch moment here. That was impressive to say the least. Crit VIP couldn't do it, but Bosskurr, they showed up and told them that they're the big boss. They're the top G in this tournament.
That's right. Let's see what our Gs have to offer this time around. Man, I'm feeling really old using these terms, but, well, just fights after fights. Bosskurr so good in open fields as well as close-quarter combat, where we saw HomeBois basically holding his own multiple times while we have them within that top 10 ratio. So let's have a look at our bonus rankings for now to see what we got.
Yeah, we've got GEEK Fam strong at #1 after 2 consecutive weeks, ending up on #1 spot for the country league here. Sam9 coming in with sheer consistency week 1 and week 2. Brings home the full 35 points, which is great, but only evens things out with Dingoz, who's currently trailing in #3 here. Genexus, they've got a better run they did in week #2 than they did in week #1, hence 31 points. So close yet so far, but still doable. Comes this game alone. This comes this week alone, actually. And Team Secret, although they haven't had so much of a impressive run besides the week #1, they're still holding here in #5.
Yeah, on week 1, they finish up on second place, and just a little bit of more of a dip happening here on week 2. Now, week 3, I believe things are going to be a lot more different. You've been saying that they have secret strats of their own. Maybe they're still keeping a few others out there, while we take a glimpse at some of the results from yesterday's run. GEEK Fam now leading once again with 74 points, and just behind them, Team Bosskurr currently at #2, and making up the top 3, it's Axis right 1 with the 51 points.
Yeah, Sam9 closing by as well, with thanks to that chicken dinner they got last night, tying things up with Crit VIP, who hasn't had a good run in week #2, but right now starting up very, very well for the likes of them. I like the fact that they're starting to push into compound, although it might not be the most comfortable strategy, but they're trying something new. The same goes to say the MUGEN, who's been absolutely a treat to watch take on some of these big teams.
That's right, and we now see them on 16th spot. HomeBois continues on a losing streak, I would say, only having 4 points. Meanwhile, everybody has already reached double digit by the end of yesterday's round. So now that we're moving into Sanok, there is a new king in town. Well, some may say it's not even new. GEEK Fam, 61 points and 61 elimination points. they like to even things out.
Yeah,
though
they
it's
do.
an odd number.
I mean, they're not. They probably don't even care about that. They just want to out level the others, not even things out. They're trying to crush the competition with that sort of display in all 3 weeks now, I would say even. I mean, they got off the best start they could, but this time round, it is day number 2, and the match that will be happening first in Sanhok will include the team as following Group A, B, D, and E, which means C will be the first to sit out. That is Crit VIP, Tabah NSEA, RSG, and Yoodo Alliance, who will take a quick break for the first match and only start their run here in match number 2.
That's right, and now we have some of all these top guns out there still playing out, so it should still be a good chase coming from Genexus. So yeah, yesterday I did get attacked over nighttime there, and they're happy to hop on board for another interview if they get the chance to. So let's see if that happens.
Who, Genexus?
Yeah.
Oh, they love you. They love you so much.
Probably love you too.
No, they don't know my name. Nobody does, but I don't care. Let's go. Move on. Our Royal Pass M13, that's available for you to earn here. It's the Mega Sanctum set. Make sure to go onto PUBG Mobile and unlock this before you start playing, because you want those points to count and, man, redeem such a pristine outfit such as this one. And I'd say this is probably the best suit that they released this season.
That's right, and overall, there's just a lot of cool things. If you are giving a hot pass on that, you definitely don't want to miss this one, because this is the Koenigsegg that you could basically draft around Arangel and any other maps out there, and, you know, you could basically outmaneuver your opponents for that chicken dinner.
Or crash onto them faster than the speed of light itself. It is hypercars we're talking about.
I don't want to crash these kind of cars, though.
I mean, it is the Koenigsegg Jesco and Gamera. Go get it, the brand new one. It is Koenigsegg 1, and it's finally here. And also talking about things that are alien technology. Well, this is probably it. You have any idea what the new X suit is?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not X-Men, but then again, it's cool enough. Maybe it is the ascension of the mutants, I would say. But overall, of course, we hear you. You guys love your mummy set, and you can enjoy the ancient secret journey along with this new X suit coming soon.
Yeah, you know what they say, the pyramids were built by aliens, and right now, Geek Fam is built on the backs of HYVE. Although we got insights that it was Damroot who was making a lot of these putting this team together. This absolutely insane team together. But without further ado, Sanhok is up next. Let's see who we think is going to get a chicken dinner. And as I was talking about it, well, a little bit of bias there, but HYVE being the alien in a group, this team is just supernatural.
Well, supernatural can still be a thing that will be their bane of existence, because you know what happens when aliens come to Earth in those movies? You saw those lots of attacks, Armageddon, and spaceships can blow up.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that the Genexus are the protagonists here that will be fighting against the Genexus. Geek Fam, not themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the word itself, Genexus, that sounds like the Gen X people, right? Gen Xers, like we're the Gen Ysers, Gen Xers. They're here to save.
How you came up with that.
They're here to save the world from, I guess, out of this world practices, and we'll see if they can do so, right? Because if you're going up against aliens, then your entire logic don't apply to them. Like the whole fact that Geek Fam is #1 in every week so far in 2 weeks. Yeah, the logic shouldn't be there. Like, I thought this game was a little bit more random than anything.
Yeah, I would say that Geek Fam definitely has an edge here against so many other teams out there, and so much more advanced in terms of the points that they have acquired for themselves. But they were basically fighting really hard in the majority of all these instances. I think they're just the most coordinated team, hands down. Like, the Genexus, they do have a little bit more of a consistency dropping down over on this week, but then again, knowing them for the past 2 weeks, I think that they still will be holding up fine.
Yeah, I mean, they always seem to, rev their engines a little bit slower. If it was anything like week number 2, we know that day number 2 is when all these teams start going crazy. Maybe Geek Fam is still going to pop off as they would even right now, because just seeing it on how they play things out, I think it's about no shadow of a doubt that GEEK is going to ultimately perform, but will Genexus rev their engine much sooner today? I think so. I think having something to lose, which is PMGC, is quite of a motivation driver there. And knowing Biu being an overachiever, studied all the way into Korea, so he's not going to let that happen for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of his storied career overall, remember there were times where he's basically flying everywhere on Earth for every major PUBG tournament, like we've seen some of these players back in, I do believe, PEC at a certain point of time. There was also the Global Championship, the PMCOs. Like, he's been there, done that, and he's about to do it again if they could actually book a slot into PMGC directly, or just play through these grand finals, get to Southeast Asia, and then we'll see how far can they go further.
Yeah, that's when things gets a bit more interesting, right? Because if they fail to make it via the PMGC points itself, then they have no chance but to outperform and actually go through the long way. And I'm excited to see that one happen. Right, but right now we have 5 seconds before we take a flight onto Sanhok here. Look at this very, very minuscule of a map. It's Sanhok, 4x4. We're taking a flight across, and well, if you drop here, there's no going back until everyone's dead.
Well, that kind of sounds pretty daunting if you ask me, but let's see what happens here as we have this flight path cutting across Camp Bravo, heading over to Alpha. B to A, it seems, the other way around. So does that tell you that that circle ends up on the south side? Because we don't really see too much of that. The last time we had it was just above Camp Charlie, closer to Cave, I must say. But that was more than a week ago already. So the most challenging circle would be probably if the circle cuts through only one quarter of the map. But that has not happened yet.
I think the most challenging I've seen so far was a very hard shift circle towards Camp Alpha. It was like 100% sure you knew it was going to play on that island from circle number 1, which is insane. You don't get that often. That now fairly even across every single peninsula here. All 3 of them gets a little bit of a share, and Genexus finds their way in boot camp, this home ground of the aggressors themselves, smack dab center of the entire map. So good start from them.
Yeah, they'll be able to dictate the pace of the run as well in order to stop the rest of the teams from advancing forward into the first 2 phases of the circle. Stone starts off here with a QBZ, and yesterday we've seen a lot of amazing stuff coming out from Stone. So I felt that Sem9 definitely saw something in him, but then again, he didn't really gel well with the dynamics of the team. So I think it's better off that now he's making a mark on his own. Meanwhile, Sem9 doing even better than the previous season. Now we see Kit. Well, what's he doing out there? This is going to be Mel. It looks like Kit from afar. My eyes are fooling me.
It's okay, but it is. It's Edo10 who gets the kill again. One of the standout players coming in from the Philippines. We saw how they got such an impactful grenade, gets tossed out and take nearly entirety of Axis, which they did actually. I think it was the entirety of Axis, and Damru came in to clean 2 of those 3 members that were down. And so HYVE, despite whatever connection problems they're going through, they're finding ways to adapt to latency, and they're doing it really well. Look, it's as if it's not happening anymore, and well, that will be Dingoz losing 1 member off the gate here. HYVE, they get one for themselves, not punished.
That's right, first blood coming in from Edo10. While inside the cave, we have some tigers hiding in there. Is Farang ready to strike them if they were to move out of the way. Seed, he gets a free pass though. Just by the main entry of the cave, they spot out Mango. But then again, doesn't really yield too much out of this sticky scenario. Meanwhile, play PUBG Mobile for free when you switch to Yoodo, because you definitely want to make that change. Just scanning that QR and save you a whole lot of bucks so that you can get any skin you want in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hop onto Yoodo if you're a gamer. It's like by de facto free allocation of data just to play games. You know, as a gamer, you're gonna spend at least 8 hours on it during your downtime. So you might as well go on it. It's gonna pay for itself in the long run. Now, meanwhile, HYVE talking about paying for each other. This guy's going to pay the price. That's 4th row. About to go into the death row here, but he will, I think, eventually make it out.
Yes, he does, and he has to expend some meds very early on. If he does have bandages, it does help him for quite a tad bit. Top of a booster to charge back up to 100%. Now Kato finds another angle though. 4th row, he can't afford to even move out of this area. Last 2 packs. So he just will take some painkillers to ease it up, just like how I'm actually doing.
How did you break your leg, sir?
I didn't break my leg. My toe.
Nobody knows that. It's a cooler story, but talking about creating a story for themselves, MAB came in newcomers last season, now looking like top competitors here. Up against Farang Guerilla, although they lost 1 member. The nade is there. Probably a little too late to turn back, but Maki now has got to address Stone, who is playing by the rock side. Ricky sprays down onto Vigor. Secures another one. So HYVE, although they got 1 kill of Dingoz, but now it seems to be biting them in the back.
Oh boy. He's been swerving around, and Maki loses a trade again. Stone 1 versus 1. You should never challenge him in any 1 versus 1. I think that they've already learned a lesson from here. Meanwhile, we saw Ricky coming with a shredding vector. You saw the recall. Looks like there was absolutely no sort of recall going on as well. Insane mechanics coming in from Ricky. But just hiding behind that rock's not going to be helping him much. And Bravo gets another pick off here. Farang just nailing points after points in the early game.
So much aggression at minute 5 here. Dingoz Ricky now unfortunately finds himself in sticky situation, muddy waters, I would say. But now if it's Kiddo coming in, taking care of his flank, should be able to at least weather the storm for the time being. And HYVE, recognizing that they don't have much of a manpower left, I think they're hesitant to overly commit onto this team fight. Might just book an exit. But if they do, if Ricky or any member of Dingo spots them out, which they did, 4th row now getting shot down. He is low. He's playing right behind the tree though, but for how long can he last? Meanwhile, Blank gets one onto Ricky.
Finally, Refract coming with a flank from behind. 4th row, not willing to just let that attack slide. Now, Kiddo's kind of stuck though. I'm not too sure if he could actually walk away alive. But this is one of the bigger villages that we have around. So they could still hide out over on the corner of the walls. Meanwhile, Ziggs might have actually heard something going on in the far end. And it's going to take quite a little bit for him to cut across into the other sector. So HYVE International, they not only have to worry about Dingoz, but DBD would slowly look through. Edo might have actually received that info though.
That they did, most probably, but right now, it seems like 4th row, again, finding himself in sticky situation, will get shot. 2 shots will do it, and it's a quick finish for him. Don't really need to suffer too long, and, well, into the happily ever after. Leaving Edo 10 and 1 more member blanks from HYVE International to play the rest of Sanhok. And DBD, they came in, divided and conquering this entire compound.
HYVE walks away 2 points, but lose 2 members throughout. It just makes it even against Dingoz. While DBD, if they were to just crash right in, there's a chance that they can actually take all these fights. Yen has to serve right back. Another buggy to come right off as they try to at least bait him out for a little bit of peak. So DBD doesn't seem like they got that opportunity to take out Edo 10 for now.
Yeah, Edo 10 though, he's holding his discipline pretty well and not feeling too phased about them. Although having an idea, but I think he's about to time out soon enough as DBD, they might just come in from his 6 or from his flank. They do have blanks to maybe look out, but it's a slippery slope, and go get yourself a brand new Yoodo SIM card here, or just switch your network over because you get to play PUBG Mobile for free. And if we don't tell you about free things, then that makes us a rotten and selfish person.
I guess that applies. But then again, Yoodo just so generous every single season, offering us so much more. One great grenade coming in from Yen, pins down HYVE International. Now only one more member remains. I think they will just let go of Edo 10, but instead, DBD opts to do a quick push. I thought that they're just going to be leaving the scene. So with a Royal Flush, this could possibly do it, because looking at the position of, I believe that was Blanks, he's not going to be able to hold on to this ground any longer. So maybe he should start finding some packs of first aid to try to play the healing game.
I think that strategy is already out the window for HYVE. I mean, if they were going to go for the healing game, then they should have started sooner in collecting those resources. At this point, you can pretty much assume that whatever's left in those sheds are all resources nobody else wants. Probably bandages. Or maybe, nah, I'd say painkillers are pretty good.
Probably stocks for the M4 or like shotgun shells. Hey, if you're using a DBS, I think at least that will help out. Meanwhile, Riff, being the security of the patrol tower, is it even the patrol tower? Sniper's nest, whatever you want to call it. I'm pretty sure there's a word for these kind of huts, though.
Isn't that what they call the lifeguard station?
Lifeguard? This is a death guard.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, used in the wrong way. The eyes of Sauron's up above. He sees all.
He sees the whole settlement camp.
Oh, well, we're just nerdy, geeking out right here because, I mean, look at Riff. He's just playing it patient, and we don't have the patience he does. And so our minds will just run wild here. Meanwhile, the circle did close. Smack Dab center still, so not much of the trajectory has changed. If anything, it's zooming towards the initial location and might just be beneficial for Genexus. But first, Riff from the far side takes down one. Friends coming in from the other side. It's Hey Noob at the flank, trying to dance things off as Mango goes Mango.
Well, I'm not sure where he's going with this. Same goes to your your statement. But then again, Mango couldn't really ensure that his teammate would have last to tell the tale. But then again, Axis, with such a pressure here, Mins won't be surviving for much longer. Bravo trying to mask his footstep, trying to cut across. He might have actually get a pick onto Dell if he's lucky enough. But Riff, he's pushing all alone. Hey Noob to try to defend. If there's anything that goes wrong from that situation, meanwhile, Dell sees him. Not willing to reveal his location. Riff comes in with the DBS. Not that Mins could even defend.
He knows. Dell knows. He's going straight for the push. I think this is where he gets a little bit cocky here. Wants to maybe get the pride to himself. Ends up at the VIP, the most valuable player stats here. Trying to take these kills onto his name. And, well, we've seen him up on the board once. Can he do it again? Well, it goes down to how this push is going to commence, but seeing the position of Farang Guerilla, it seems like a fool's errand to try and force the issue.
I'm not even sure how long they could stay there because the phase 2 is going to be closing out as well. Damroot gets a pick, though. That's going to be GEEK Fam taking a fight against Team Secret.
Another El Clasico takes place here. Team Secret, although not the best form they've been in, although they had a pretty good start for the week. In week number 1, has been off the cliff ever since. Right now, just continuing that downtrend. Will we ever see a point where Team Secret just breaks off? I have a theory that might happen in the country finals because it is Team Secret. I feel they're keeping things a secret.
Yeah, and overall, we haven't seen Matoy play for this entire season. He's still with the team, though. That's something that's really interesting to me. Meanwhile, Kit now getting tagged up. Forced to hide right under that village. And he's going to be able to at least make a run for it. Making sure that Yuhai has unloaded the full chamber. Riff doing a smart move there. Trying to play it out from the bridges. And just fighting against time. Not too certain how Farang can get out.
Yeah, Farang's just done for. But they want to secure it. They know it's only a second circle. They could probably tank through that. Do Dell go in with the Hail Mary play and risk himself getting shot down by 2? Or will he play patiently? Well, it seems that he might actually take the leap of faith. Cards onto no one. But eventually the blue will come in.
13 minutes, heading into 14. Bravo. Working with level 1 vests as well. Perhaps what they could do is just take a swim, hit right across, and go further down, because Axis understands that these guys, they're all stuck, but Axis, they just really want to ensure that they secure those 2-pointers before moving into the circle, which isn't all too far away. There's a lot of open room around Painan, but Team Hawk, they're opting to stay by the edges there. That could also be the gatekeepers for the teams that are still loitering outside for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, the gatekeeping in Sanhok is just the best strats you can ever pull off here.
Oh my god.
In shadow and right in the face here, but the shotgun drawn out by Izane. I thought that was not real. Surely he saw each other for like a couple of 2 seconds or something.
He must be so surprised. Like, both of them were basically jumping around, like, just boxing air and like, oh, wait a minute, that's not my teammate.
That was an awkward encounter. They both were jumping. That was pretty cute, not gonna lie.
GEEK fam loses one member out there, and
it's UI, dude, their most valuable player.
This has to go to the highlights, right?
Or the lowlights at this point. Man, spatial awareness seems to be an issue, it seems.
Oh, man. Shenanigans in Santa. And Jumper getting a little bit of sun to the back, but he's fully covered. So, no suntan for Jumper. Not that he needs one. Meanwhile,
I'm pretty sure he's pretty much the fairest of them all in the team right now.
Oh.
Could use a little bit of tan, you know?
Is he?
Isn't he fair? I think he was kind of fair.
It's okay. Everyone's beautiful in their own complexion.
I'm not debating that. I'm saying he is very fair.
Kind of.
Like a pretty boy now, right? Not sure.
I beg to differ.
He said it, Jumper. Go get his head on a plate here. So that one.
Okay, he's decent looking, but like everybody talks about his height. Used to be called Jumper 6cm.
Wait, I didn't touch his height at all, bro. I'm just saying he's a pretty boy because of his fair complexion.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's not drag this conversation any more further.
Not feeling that good about this conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about guys and being pretty. It just doesn't work
about guys being tall or short. That's not my turf as well. I know ladies, they're a little bit picky. Like, I want a guy 180 cm to be my boyfriend.
Not wrong. You can want things. That's not a wrong thing.
What if you tell the girl, like, I want a 190 cm girlfriend?
No, but they want the opposite of that. So you're what's the word? Foreclosing on the tall girls. So
hey, no shame and no hate, but oh my goodness, are we getting another one though?
Oh my god, blanks.
What?
No, wait, surely, come on, surely. Get an idea.
Very sure that Camper has heard that.
Yep, they're prepping the nades as well.
Ah, boy.
Ooh, well, the head has been popped up. He spots him down on the ground. He didn't even, fire. Ceased to fire, actually, this guy. 16 place now, HYVE.
Well, is it time for us to play some Stranger Things theme song? Because this whole standout game feels very strange to me, the way that they drop out of the match. But that will be HYVE International. Only accruing total of 12 points throughout the week. Ending this round with an added 2. That's 10 plus 2. Quick math. Now, Circle moves back into the bootcamp area, and Genexus has left that facility, hoping to ensure that they hold out strong towards those hills. 7-9 as well as HomeBois, they're about to also cut right in. So this is going to be a lot of work for Genexus.
Yeah, but Genexus, this is where they can actually farm up a whole lot of points. They're just coming in from the riverbanks. What cover can they play around with? Luckily, Bosskurr coming in from south side will pressure the likes of Genexus, so they lose one member. I believe that was Loyu. Which means you or I, our predictions still very well in the game. Maybe yours less now with Xiaoboy falling in with.
Yeah, and there's just going to be more and more players just basically getting backstabbed all across the map. A little bit of refract coming in, and Team Hawk will also have DamnQt being removed from play. I don't think it's time for a revive just yet. Camper's a little bit far off. DamnQt should be able to relay information, so he wants to deny it. Quickly goes in for a wraparound. I don't think that they can save Mango. But try as they may. Kachang Susu on the other side. Dams crawling right in, but that's phase 4 circle, and it's going to hurt a whole lot. There goes Bravo, and that is the end for Farang for now.
Well, I hate to say it, but that could also be the end of GEEK fam. They're losing another member again in the process. And the game has only just begun at 20 minutes here. 14 teams still around. Camper now making his way. He's lost a bunch of members already. Axis, Kachang Susu. It's going to be a standoff between the two, but they're burning in the blue, both of them.
But then again, it's Kachang Susu, man. He's a doctor. He's got all the supplies. I could use some as well.
Here comes the virus, though. Oh, neutralized! You're right. He is the doctor.
And this doctor definitely has jabs of his own. Puts him to sleep. Well, ain't no...
Oh, 35 meds.
He's like, thank you very much. I have more supplies to work this round. Axis will continue on.
He would have probably lasted till like top 10. Now that he's got 35, probably even top 5. But we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Team Secret pushing high ground against the Geeks here, who's going out sniped, but man, Hyzane with the shotgun. That's a little bit too illegal, and GEEK fam now out.
And with that being illegal, Bosskurr is the one that will also step right in. Imon gets a takedown against Fredo, and Team Secret gets obliterated with 2 teams sandwiching them in between. Sem9 won't be receiving most of the points from Team Secret. It's going to be Bosskurr that will pick them off. Meanwhile, Pro getting spotted out, 1 member down from the side of HomeBois. While it's 5 elimination streak for Bosskurr, chasing up GEEK fam. Now that is that perfect opportunity being opened up in the window. All these teams are starting to amp up on firepower across the map, and the circle is shrinking closer and closer into these planes, where 4 rivals are just taking long-range fights against DBD.
DBD, they're experts at this. They played the turtle strat, and so far it's been impeccable for the gameplay here. Notice the shield and the sword, they're good in their defense and their offensive plays by Bosskurr. Same can be said about them. They've been remarkable this week. Already 6 kills. Now, mind you that they have 2 chicken dinners just yesterday, looking to get more here. And if either Bosskurr or Sem9 gets it, it's still a big win for either two.
That's right, and it's just going to be a little bit harder for Axis. I think they will at least settle for second, but they did manage to get 5 takedowns, so I'm putting a little bit more hopes onto Bosskurr as they try to flush right in. Boy goes in to close things out along with Zigzag. 1 point, making it into 7. SMG trying to throw a couple of Molotovs. Won't be able to connect to the window, but he will have this mate primed. And it does do a little bit more damage. Here comes Boy with another frag.
Yeah, he's trying to pry it open the door. Actually does get it. They get 1 member, that's Jenny. Perfectly timed, I guess. They just ran straight in, tossed it on the ground, and that one clipped onto 1 member of SMG. Now they have to play in the backside. Drax has got the shotgun though. Going to be difficult to push against, but SMG go in for the pickup.
4 rivals there, launching attacks against SMG as well, leaving only a few healthy members here to hold inside the shack. As for still playing the healing game, he could walk into the circle, but he chooses not to do so. Still has a couple of mats out there. Appy has 18 bandages while he has passed the rest of the first aid kit to his teammate, only leaving 1 behind. Those cars are already smoking up. Virgil now gets that pick off. Heading into the top 6. Mugen here. Their chances are looking pretty good heading into the final battle. This could be their first ever chicken dinner.
Mugen, they're waiting for it. They came in close over in Miramar before. They don't want it denied from them again, but they have to play this one right. Meanwhile, Bosskurr, they seem to hit a little bit of a stumbling block called SMG, and it's taken a little longer than they'd like. Circles coming out their way, but 4 Rivals coming in from the far side, making things difficult for them. The bosses might just find their way into getting sacked here from this chicken dinner attempt.
Jumper still on the lookout, while the rest of 4 Rivals are on his heels. Asper trying to battle it out. He's only got 0 packs left, so he cannot even try to heal up. SMG, they're in for a little bit of rush into the compound. Drax pushes out, but quickly gets denied. Zigzag was ready with a shotgun.
Yeah, that went really sour, but luckily for SMG, they can recover with the circle going on their way. They're gatekeepers right now, and now 4 Rivals going up against the MUGEN trains themselves. Coming up from Uptown, it seems. Here comes the nade. Choo-choo. It will clip onto a little bit of damage, not really fatal, and now goes back to the history of SMG versus the Bosskurr. I say history because it's taking far too long, and by now they're all fossilized, trying to stay within this position, going in for the heal maybe.
Yeah, and here comes Appy with the S12K as well. Gets another one in the back. MUGEN loses 1 member. So many grenades are flying in the way of 4 Rivals there. MUGEN at least putting up a little bit more challenge hitting into this top 5 scenario as they get many of these members pinned down. They rush out towards the rest of the members of MUGEN. Virgil already out. Appy now going for the hunt. Aries over on the bottom side. Will be snatched up. And 4 Rivals now getting pinned down. Jumper on the ground.
Yeah, but SMG, they have eyes and a compound to play around with. It's open fields for the likes of 4 Rivals, who has to push. Axis still healing in the zone. Zigzag underneath. That Parasite, though, might just come in clutch here towards the last final moment to take these members out. We've seen how Real from Dingoz could do it. They can't be too comfortable letting one of the members of Bosskurr, especially Zigzag, to pass.
Yeah, Pamburu, though he's really close to the circle, he's not really pushing forward because he understands. Oh my goodness. Okay. Genexus finally ran out of mats, so that's going to be a top 3 finish. Or top 4, to say the very least. Zigzag now spot out easily by Pamburu. While the circle goes into the middle, all the members of SMG will have to move out. I don't think they have any smokes left to push out. And it's already 10 elimination points garnered by 4 Rivals here. So any step out of the shack, SMG is going to be pinned down.
Yeah, it's a shredder. Oh, they do have 1. Thankfully for them, but what covers can you play around with? Surely people know the escape plan is there. They do spot out Jenny, information transfer. They do crossfire and get the job done. Takes 1 member down, leaving a 2v2 fight here. Appy tries to go on against Drax. Drax won that trade, but the refrag is there. Pamburu now up against 1 members of SMG. It's going to be a 1v1. Hin trying to wiggle his way through, but took a little bit of shots, more so than he should be. And now they're trying to heal way behind the tree's life, but it will do it. It is 4 Rivals. The Hunter of the night comes on clean, clutch things out. Oh, that looked so good for SMG, but it is 4 Rivals, unrivaled in this map of Sanhok.
That was such a close 1 versus 1. The bullets with those shotguns not really landing the mark, and 4 Rivals will be denied no longer. This is their first chicken dinner of week 3.
Definitely well deserved. That match, you can't even say it's heavily sided of 4 Rivals because that nearly went either way. In that jiggle, he caught a bunch of hit. I think if Hin didn't really take the initial bullets on his way towards the tree, that could have favored him. But no, he did. He had less HP than Pamburu to play with at that point.
That's right, and there's so much you could possibly do in that sort of instance when they decide to fight back. That's the only right answer to what Pamburu was doing as he goes out for the hunt, and the chicken dinner is rewarded.
Well, we'll be going into the highlights. I know it's one filled with action, so I'm happy for that one. At minute 0, HYVE International already going in, challenging the likes of Dingoz, actually get a 2-for-2 trade.
That's right, and I wonder if Yuhai gets into the highlights for the wrong reason, as we have Ate here with some really good pushes. DBS inside of Sanhok has been working well for everyone out there. Meanwhile, we see a lot of stray pickoffs, which, yeah,
this was
the moment.
They didn't cut it right, though. You gotta cut the moment
before.
Yeah, before that, while they were leapfrogging. That made it funny.
Well, Imha had a really strong run as well throughout this phase of the game. And both GEEK Fam as well as Genexus, they have their numbers depleted. So I would say that this is kind of like a reset of scores, to say the very least. Very marginal difference.
But I have to be honest, I didn't quite notice Team Hak and how they were taken out. At one point, they were gatekeepers, and suddenly they're all stormed right through, and they had only one member to play when last I saw. It was Camper.
And for Camper, I think like he has also been surprised as well in some of all these exchanges that he was committing into it. So what have impressed me is that some of these members of 4Rival, they go in with an M4 on a 6x scope and not even pull it back down to 3, and that has still paid off for the team. Take a look at this, where we see 6 minute 32 seconds spent by Axis redONE. Outside of the blue zone there, we have Katasusu to steal to the top 4 at the very least. 4Rivals there, 38 seconds. Bunch of troubles, higher than the rest of the team. SMG at least showed valiant effort to basically put up a good fight against 4Rivals to bring that 1v1 much closer than they thought.
Yeah, it's a very good game for Team SMG. They're one of the teams that have been struggling in week number 2 down at the bottom 4. Finally nice to see a change of pace for them, although they only got 2 eliminations, so I guess not much of a bragging points. But 4Rivals coming in with that 28 pointers, 13 elimination in this match that should propel their way into the top 5 or at least qualify for it. Bosskurr again exacerbating that lead. At this point, they might even be close enough to GEEK Fam to even bypass them in the next round, since it was a 20-point difference, and now they got 19.
Yeah, and there's just so much more here at stake, where 4Rivals, Appy will be the most valuable player of the match with 5 elimination points out there, and well, I would say 850 damage, kind of average for 5 eliminations at the very least. So good pickups overall. 4Rivals, we saw every member were just basically in the best form, and 4Rivals definitely have scaled since the very first week. Hitting the second week, they're just going up the charts, and they're now placed at 3rd.
But look at Bosskurr and GEEK Fam head to head. It seems they are right on the dot here. Only etching up a bit is GEEK Fam with their ranking points. But man, this is something GEEK Fam has been challenged right now. They have to reply, they have to answer comes the next games, because this is not having that lead is paramount to GEEK Fam and their run here. And if they're gonna have a bad game this week, I might just see them shattered, not being able to, you know, feel the pressure coming in from the netizens out there.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there's not going to be any sort of bad remarks for now, and they've already been used to, you know, criticism and such. I believe that with that such immunity, it's just going to be looking pretty great. And fun fact, Voki just turned 19 again, according to his Instagram, of course. Happy birthday, Voki, or happy belated birthday.
Again,
yeah,
yes.
It was yesterday. I just got to know.
Happy birthday, Voki! If you're here, I mean, go.
I don't think so.
I'm talking about the streamers. Go wish him down in the chat. In the meantime, let's take you through on how this chicken dinner was earned by 4Rivals, who starts off with a very huge split here. They're playing the selfish game, making sure that each and every member are stacked to the brim with the sort of circle that was shown at hand. At least they know their limits. They know they're going to be well within it, so they can take their time, go in with that sort of formation, and I think that's contributed in a lot of resources for 4Rivals to take on a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and they didn't really have to live that area for most part. They're on top of Quarry, and they slowly fight their way against other teams out there. Maybe they just took a few steps forward into the near areas of the lake. Meanwhile, majority of the players are actually coming in from the far western end, which we saw plenty of fights go down. MUGEN hoping that it will fall inside of the city of boot camp, or should I just call it boot camp because it's not even a city to begin with. So it definitely looked to be quite the dire situation for the rest of the teams, where MUGEN at least make it into the top 5 with a little bit of fight going on, but it took too much for them to basically continue on against the rest of 4Rivals that was launching really huge aggro attacks. So Team Secret, I think, is the team that is most unlucky because you see that big wrap around there. There's HomeBois, Bosskurr, and 7-9 just cutting them off completely.
Yeah, I mean, the Western side was hard. There was a lot of teams to gatekeep. I was more surprised that Genexus actually failed the gatekeep them, right? Bosskurr just stormed right in, took their members down, and immediately had their way towards crashing onto SMG's compound. Like, I would have figured a team like Genexus, whose firepower is on point, would have been able to gatekeep that. But I guess Bosskurr just seemingly outperforming a lot of people's expectation, especially this week after securing 2 chicken dinners.
That's right, and we see SMG, they were so patient at the very least. Like, they were wanting to close out the fight against Zigzag. They even sacrificed Drax in order to do so. So they managed to eventually pick him out. So we see this kind of circle might have actually favored SMG from this angle, but there was a slight elevation for 4 rivals to work with, and they managed to come up strong with their own chicken dinner in the very first round of Day 2, Week 3.
Yeah, I guess you could also say that 4 rivals knew this one was in the bag. However, one of the members gave in quite a big opening there, getting shot down, getting picked off. It was a 3v3, then became a 3v2, but thankfully with the elevation, I guess that proves a little bit too tough of a hill to climb. And so, congratulations to 4 rivals. Always great to see new teams taking off that chicken dinner, but that also means that 1 chicken is already been booked out and sent over to the guys in green. Only 4 more left to be claimed here, and our next match is going to happen in Arangel. But first, before we get into it, huge shout out to the official smartphone partner, that is Realme with their GT Neo 3.
That's right. With that, they are the world's fastest growing smartphone brand, like Keith just said. And you should definitely check out their dual chip gaming level flagship smartphone here, which boasts outstanding power efficiency thanks to the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. So you even get yourself that dedicated display chipset, and that's the reason why you have 2 chipsets. So you can imagine how well this phone will operate, and it's just going to be smooth like butter when you play all these games.
Smooth like butter indeed, and for things to run smoothly, you also need a great network to go on with. So if you don't already see the logo up on our desk here and the QR code, Yoodo is your choice to be. Okay, they are also the official digital telco. Go over and scan this thing right in front of your screen and switch over to Yoodo now, so you can actually play the game for free and well do everything else as much as you like to, because you get to customize allocation of data. And I think that we've seen in 2022 the trend is the power of choice is second to none, and they're giving you that.
That's right, and there's so many of all these interesting bloopers and highlights out there. Make sure you clip it and hashtag be the one TikTok challenge, and that will basically allow you guys to be featured as well by PUBG Mobile. So make sure you follow them on PUBG Mobile TikTok, PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH. So let's take a look at the damage numbers out here, where we have, of course, the rest of 4 rivals just dashing plenty of amount of damage as they tower above the rest. Bosskurr coming in second with 9 takedowns, and that's a 1.8k that they have been able to spray against all the other teams. And the ones that have been basically caught up to those numbers are MUGEN as well as 7-9. A couple of them actually come up with 5 fracks of their own.
Yeah, I guess our predictions just turned out to be a curse here. Both Genexus GEEK Fam 1 eliminations only. Not the best of run, hey, but they can always bounce back. I'm hopeful for that one. I mean, look at who's taking the most damage on the screen. It's not names we always see up across. It's usually GEEK Fam, but right now 4 rivals, Appy, Bamburu, and 1 from Bosskurr Asfar. If they could bounce back, I'm pretty sure GEEK Fam and Genexus could.
That's right, and we're going to be moving over to our next game real soon, as we have Group A, B, C, as well as the playing. 4 rivals, I think they have the perfect timing. They've already got the chicken dinner. Now they're taking a break alongside with 7-9, Farang Guerilla, as well as HYVE International. And I believe that this allows a little bit more room for teams that are on break to really discuss things throughout in order to not make any more mistakes heading into the upcoming games. And these are the teams to watch because they are the top 4 out of all these other teams that played inside of Erangel.
I mean, obviously, GEEK Fam's gonna be within this this stack here, right next to them, Genexus. I think Genexus is relatively strong when it comes to Erangel. However, I think Genexus, on average, is a bit weaker in Miramar. So if they were looking to score as much points as they did, this is the time to do so, because if I'm not mistaken, comes the next Erangel match, Genexus won't get the chance to play. Group D will be taking a break, and so this is it for Genexus. They have to make this Erangel map count.
That's right, and I believe every single map from here on matters a lot, and they really have to hustle for it. Speaking of a hustle there, you can hustle like the boss here, as we have a collaboration with Kale Gangster along with PUBG Mobile. You can get the Malik and Shark voice pack through the game, and they will tell you what to do to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much of a hustle if you're, you know, putting a knife on someone and asking them to pay protection money. But it is what gangsters do, and hey, if it works out for them, then congratulations. But this is something you could actually hustle out here. It is Rabu Badu or Jam Pack Wednesday, in which if you log in every single Wednesday, yesterday, if you can turn back time, log in, get yourself that chicken token, because when you have all 3 tokens, you can exchange it with PUBG Mobile for the brand new Lilac Attack suit.
That's right. So we might have actually missed out on yesterday's Rabu Badu because we're casting, but you guys can do that every single week. It will run for quite a long time. But for the pass, it will only last for the season. It's a Royal Pass M13 with the Mecha Sanctum set. So you can get your hands on this, and I definitely know that you will want this weaponry in your hands, shining in gold and white.
I actually like the helmet, more so than the gun. I can chuck the gun away, I can live with that, but that helmet though, looking like one of those classic droidicas from Star Wars.
Yeah, and it comes with breeding tool as well, whatever you want to call that. But this is the PMPL and PMCT on-ground watch party, where this week we're taking the party in Ipoh Parade Farang. So if you're going to be around town, or if you're already planning a visit just to chill and have some good food in Ipoh, and you're going to be having a lot of fun because, you know, Ipoh, famous for chicken rice. That's going to be your chicken dinner, perhaps.
That could be it. Obviously, you get the luxury to choose between the pots, thighs, breasts, or whatnot. But hey, why choose when you can get the whole wrap here inside this mummy set? Limited favorite on sales right now. They're bringing this one back because you've shown loads of interest to have this skin back onto the inventory, and it is here to hear you. And so go over to PUBG Mobile and start your ancient secret journey right now to get yourself a toilet paper character.
Toilet paper character? I'm very sure back in the days they call it papyrus.
Papyrus 3.
Yeah,
that's how they made papers with. But who do we think is going to win this chicken dinner in the first Erangel of the day? Well, GEEK Fam goes on to Contra's side, and I am taking a chance on the boys in blue, RSG.
Well, I'm just trying to switch it around because I started off with GEEK. The next is now I'm on the GEEK Fam train, so I want to see how much more of a difference can they actually make, because last round was a little bit of a dismal display at the very least. Now, RSG, I want to hear you out though. Like, why RSG?
They didn't get to play the first game, and I think if without RSG there, and seeing as though that GEEK Fam and Genexus had quite of a tough time trying to warm up their cylinders, their pistons, I think RSG might just come in and take advantage of that. You know what they say, RSG is motivated by the success of his competitors, and right now RSG has not gotten a chicken dinner just yet. They might just come in strong.
Well, hopefully so. They've definitely won a couple of games in Miramar before, and RSG, they have been achieving good results overall in Erangel, though it may not be top 1, but who says they couldn't reach there in time? So less than a minute, we're just going to see whether or not it's going to be out there for them to take. Meanwhile, of course, 30 seconds or so, we'll have to find out where does the circle go from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the gamble, it seems. 30 seconds until we find out the flight path. That is the first layer of the equation. Then comes the circle. Then comes the team who has to rotate within the area. But at least when it comes to the team side, people more or less have a general idea on where their direction might be. And so we'll have to see. 10 seconds on the clock. If you've got any regrets, you might as well drop it down in the comments below.
Regrets?
Why not? Everyone's got regrets in life.
Not much for me as we're moving into our first matchup here in Arangel. This is going to be round 2, week 3, day 2. Regrets, right? We're on that discussion. So, what's the most recent thing you regret about?
Well, that's a tough question. I've been grateful for a lot of things recently. I couldn't find anything.
The guy that grabbed the car.
I regret letting him off the hook. No, actually, no, he's not off the hook. I'm planning to sue the man. He doesn't have an insurance.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I hope things will work out fine. Not only for you, but for that poor lad.
Yeah, he's gonna be poor after the long days, that's for sure. Oh.
Exactly my point. Now, flight path starts off from Kameshki, heading into Primos. So, relatively balanced. GEEK Fam will have a little bit of tougher time moving into Georgia Pool, it seems. So, how are they going to navigate their way through?
I think it's relatively still doable. Hopefully they get some vehicles nearby the general area and then make the travels there. But one thing they can have solace in the fact that if it's hard for them to gain access into Georgia Paul, so is other teams. So they're not going to completely give that one up. You can see them already sliding towards that direction. And the circle looking like a GEEK Fam circle as well with their insane, crazy, record-breaking stunt they pulled in week number 2. This was the circle they got.
Yeah, and overall, Genexus have to find a safe way to rotate about. And doesn't really help that Bosskurr is also within the sector. But now we take a look at Crit VIP. This week seemingly to be their best week. They started off the first day itself, securing a total of 40 points. And now, in the top 5. Meanwhile, for Dingoz, I'm not too sure what to make out of the team because they start off a little bit slow this time around compared to those days where they either get chicken dinners or just top 5 throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, but I think Dingoz, they've been fairly consistent though. Despite it doesn't look like it. So I kind of get the sentiment you're going with because I knocked on Dingoz as well because sometimes it doesn't seem like they're performing and pulling in the weight. But in the overalls, because we tend to forget, right? Despite of the lead that GEEK Fam had last week or Genexus and GEEK Fam had over the rest of the competitions, the difference in points between 2 positions is probably like 1. But first, hold my thought because PUBG Mobile for free when you switch over to Yoodo. Now back to the thought here. So, like, GEEK Fam end up in number 1 spot, but Genexus coming in second, and the difference of that point is just 1 point. And that's why Dingoz, despite having a rough second week, still finds their way in top 5 position in the overalls.
Yeah, and it's just incredible, right? How they've been able to do that time and time again. Like, I don't think that they don't have to worry anything. Any much longer because if they end up at number 1 again or by the end of this week, then it's safe to say like you just basically can throw your rounds on the final week and you still be able to make it into the top 16. But PMGC points, however,
ooh, that's a big make or break. Yeah,
that's a make or break. But Genexus now really has to start catching up because that's 40 points in difference. As we currently compare them to GEEK Fam. Axis, though, gonna be 11 pointers, which one chicken dinner easily does the trick.
Drifting further and further, I might say. Although they do hold hopes and dreams to go all the way up, but with Bosskurr within the area, it's gonna be quite of a tough feat to try and pull off here, especially getting gunned down by Bosskurr in the previous match. They have to be careful. Bosskurr somehow, this week, they're on steroids.
Bosskurr, I'm not too sure what really motivates them doing so well into this current run of form. I think they need to lend it to their brothers at HomeBois, though, because HomeBois needs more than just luck to get out of that rut. Like, 6 points, while everyone else is more than double of what they have achieved. There's no excuse for this team to slack off.
Yeah, HomeBois, again, I really don't know what the reason of this fallout is going to be. Is it because their playstyle might have, you know, the level of the competition went on the rise and they stayed the same? Did their playstyle just fall off? There's so many different factors because you can't sit there and tell me that it's a player thing because there are also a star-studded lineup. So that one's crossed off. There should be different factors that's happening.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's a little bit of struggle of having two potential in-game leaders trying to run the matchup itself. Iron Pro back in the days have led teams before. And same can be said about Trix, who used to play in SMG, Junior Talent, the list goes on. So
it's an ego thing.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, well, they might want to lower that down because for Rivals, they're playing with a heaped amount of in-game leaders within one single squad, and they're a well-oiled machine right now.
But at least they know and trust each other enough that, hey, you want to get things done? For Rivals, any of their member could actually do it. So that definitely takes a lot to train for other teams as well, where they're really relying on their IGL, such as Insomnus, where we saw last season he had some pop-off moments out there, but this season itself, a little bit more of a slumber role. Maybe sometimes when it comes down to leading the pack, it's hard to give commands and still basically play an active role into getting high frags overall.
True, but
only Damru does that.
That's right. That is actually correct. And his decision to bring in Micah and Yuhai just immediately outshines him. Maybe so he can actually command the movement of the team instead of coming in with the frags. Because man, Micah, Yuhai, just insane pickup for the season. Now you're talking about Great VIP here. Even formerly, when they were known as something else, still VIP though. The trend seems to be the same, right? They've had a weak performance, but every now and then they pop off, and they barely made their way onto the country finals, but that's as far as it goes. You think that maybe this team would have to do something as insane as GEEK Fam and go in and bring in like the bigger star powers out in the scene, or what's the give here?
What's the give?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure what it would be. But then again, we have a weird casualty here. Lying in the grass. And Genexus, nobody's going to stop by for him. Thank goodness. Some of them are just being kind. It's like, yep. Keep moving.
He didn't get the memo. Apparently, you should not try and exit a vehicle while it's moving, even just by a bit now. Because everyone's just falling face first.
Press F to pay respect, they say.
Yeah, but he's not dead yet. Still getting picked up. So I will reserve that F for when it actually comes.
Yep. Meanwhile, moving over to RSG, your topic for this map. They're going to be rotating for now. Quite quiet for the past 8 minutes. Doesn't seem like there's anyone up those hills. Shots being fired just to test it out. Team Hawk has finally left the island. But if they go further down, it's going to be RSG waiting for them.
Well, it's not going to be easy for Team Hawk. I mean, they always play island, hoping that it does draw downwards. But now, it closes towards the Gatka Mountains. And it's looking like a very GEEK Fam-sided circle.
We've got this kind of circle for quite some time now. Maybe it's time that it moves into the direct fields of Gatka. We have not seen that for the past week. So let's see if it offers something different. Ruins could also be another alternative of an ending. While the Genexus now stuck over the northern side, slowly making their entry as Tabah NSEA already getting peppered by some players from the back. This is starting to be concerning as MAB almost popped the tire right there. Seems like NC will have to make a pit stop, leaves their car behind, and that spray does connect. This M4 just not really knocking the driver off the seat. And even so, here comes another one. Yoodo Alliance versus MUGEN.
Yoodo Alliance, they want to try and, well, pick a bone against this high-speed bullet train. It seems we have to always bear in mind that MUGEN has caused in a lot of upset, even in a previous round. No, that was actually HYVE who took in 2 from Dingoz, but we've seen MUGEN wipe out Sam9. And talking about Dingoz, here they are up against Tabah NSEA. Crashes into compound. Frankie now go in with the pre-fire. He's got the game sense there, but unfortunately just a little bit outsmarted by Ricky, who's now in the compound in which 2 members currently relies. Oh, spots him out with the peek here. Will shoot him down. Flax OP is at least within the vicinity. Don't want to overcommit. Will throw down the Molotovs for the time being, deterring any sort of a backup coming in.
Couldn't really clip him with the Molotov, though. More and more grenades are still being expended, and Flaxy's got 4 more nades to blow. Magics lands it perfectly onto Ricky. Remember down, but the rest of Dingoz not being able to save him right now. Stuck on the other side of the section. While NC slowly pushing upwards. MUGEN now separates themselves apart, making it a little bit hard for Arctic Luke. Masking of steps coming in the way. MUGEN turtling in. Meanwhile, Nasty. He shot the cars, and Ricky will eventually be compromised. That's first blood at 11:26.
Well, he's got the timer down, you know, time of death, they say. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA,
call the Corona.
Yeah, might even come in. About to whitewash the rest of the Dingoz. Already take 1 down, going to send them to extinction, but Ate, resilient, he will fight. Oh, makes his way in the beeline, but
no.
Nade catches him by the edge of that blast radius here. Now Tabah NSEA spraying into smokes, Rail falls down, and Tabah NSEA finds themselves in the big win position here, although they have lost Rush in the process.
Oh boy. Then again, 4 points is something that Axis really require. And, or should I say, Tabah NSEA, I kind of got their names confused overall. Now, Yoodo Alliance still not breaking this gridlock here. Aries just hiding inside the vehicle. I don't think anybody has those angles out there. Now with the smokes, even more so. Oh, okay.
Smart play that one. Try to catch him by surprise. And this is MUGEN when they're just out there ridiculously playing as aggressive as they want to, playing for fun, essentially. Somehow they just pop off with all these weird strategies, and I'm here for it.
Absolutely love it. MUGEN, usually the early game experts of takedowns, is now stuck into this corner. Molotov being thrown right in. Not going to be burned out, but Olio soaking a huge chunk of damage from that grenade. Hiding at the back this time won't be connecting onto Olio.
Oh, the nades though, it's actually hurting Aries, who's within the vehicle itself. I think he might want to heal up a little bit here.
Oh, finally they managed to get that connected towards Aries, hiding behind that vehicle. Try to go to the DPS shots into that area, but they throw that Molotov, try to zone them from taking down their own teammate. Virgil looking out for them, but they have already lost 1 player out. Here comes Helton there, lobbing another one into the windows. There's a lot of damage being done. Kit now gets a headshot against Jimmy OP from the other sector, while Crit, they go in for members of Team SMG.
Some good aggression coming out from Crit VIP, showing them who's still moving under gunfire, or at least putting them onto the test here, as GEEK fam now actually be the ones gunning down all these third-party kills, raking on their way. Actually Genexus now takes up member of their own from SMG, and that will be SMG cornered and gunned down by teams from all sides, all angles. They will bow out 16 and 15th place.
Now only 1 member standing though. Looking so rough for MUGEN. They hung by too long, and now the rest of Yoodo Alliance will give chase. So Yoodo Alliance eventually should be able to hit it as Amir goes down. It's a 14th place finish for MUGEN.
This is such a MUGEN thing to do, right? Like the moment they stop their aggression and start playing it passive, it feels like they always crumble. And we've seen that more times than some. Hey, you've seen this QR code more times than some as well. Might as well scan it. It doesn't take too much of your time here to at least switch over to Yoodo and get yourself some free data to play PUBG Mobile on the highest level here. So don't stop thinking, just do free things.
That's right. You do it better. While members of Yoodo Alliance, they will have to cut right in. Every other team is already inside. Axis, they can ambush GEEK Fam on the top end of those hills and make life a lot more difficult. This is just phase 3, by the way. So no teams are taking heavy commitment, but majority of them are on the southern side by the open plains of Gatka. Now, you could definitely follow through on the minimap, as well as follow PUBG Mobile Esports MY to receive good updates. As I've predicted, flat ground Gatka is the place to be.
Flat ground Gatka. Well, GEEK Fam, they don't really have to go on to flat grounds here. They just maintain their way on top, get as much kills as they can possible down in the low ground, and then make the move downwards. But they have to be careful because Axis could very well maybe even go up right behind them if they're a creep.
Well, they're definitely no weirdos. But what are they doing there? Still on the hill. Not moving downwards there, but eventually we'll have to make a decision as GEEK Fam might just actually be happy about Genexus crashing over onto the territories of HomeBois. Now they're playing by the ditch. Remember, they can lob grenades from this area. So Genexus, they have to hold back.
Oh, well, as you say that already, casualty being traded their way. HomeBois taking 2 members of Genexus, and now Loyu has to go in with the revive and more dropping like flies, and this is just carpet bombing coming out from HomeBois. How did things get so sour for the likes of Genexus? And now RSG is also within the area, can't even look to spray and pray within the smokes and secure some of the kills in the process.
Loyu now charging that nade, trying to trade one back. Not even going for a revival for Biu, who's still limping his way out. Not much time left. But can he even cut across without RSG disturbing them on this current save?
Meanwhile, the compound, GEEK Fam up against one of the toughest. It is Bosskurr. GEEK Fam has still got all the members, but as I say that, Micah and Damroot gets taken out. Zigzag's now pushing onto the likes of Snipes, who is not the most healthiest of individual up in the second floor. And Yuhai tries to go in, but he whiffs! We'll get him at the very last minute there, and now Snipes to fall on with the blast radius, catching him on the second floor. It is Zigzag now, zigzagging his way through in this compound. He's taken quite a decent amount of hits. Whoever's going to come out of this one alive is going to win big time because they will have the chance to go in for the revive. Can he lop it in?
Oh,
you
no!
will, but no!
Oh,
no! Takes one in his own face here.
Oh, actually, Zigzag dropped it in.
Oh!
It looked as if he threw it on himself, but it was just a perfectly timed grenade. Interesting workout coming in from those fights. Yuhai not really feeling it this time around. Last game also taken out with a little bit more shenanigans out there. So that gives a little bit of room of life for the rest of the team. But with Bosskurr in play, things could easily work out for them yet again. So Yoodo Alliance now battling against Crit VIP. Leo knows he's going to be right down below in the corner. Burst back into the lower ground, trying to heal up. No time whatsoever for Crit VIP to do so. Samzy just pushed his way out, and thank goodness he saved himself from that grenade explosion.
But look at that, when Crit VIP starts to play on the aggro, they can actually take some kills going on their way, and this is already a great start for them. They can still even go in with the revive because Yoodo Alliance, they might just be backing out here. The 2 members will back out. They will get the time to revive his entire mates. And this is a big win for Crit VIP. They lost no members and already got 3 kills.
Yeah, and Bosskurr is just lying in wait as well. Yoodo Alliance directly into the circle, into the likes of Manny. Samzy still managed to trade it out. Yoodo Alliance members are slowly getting crushed. This is Crit VIP. Still 4 members alive. Razor wants to clear the air. Spots out MAB Boy as well. Hacks towards his feed. Eventually bleeding out. That will claim the kill, but Team Secret now infiltrates this compound. Or should I say MAB doing so.
Yoodo Alliance now out, but MAB trying to face extinction themselves, going up against the secret agents here. But oh, the refrag goes there. Iftar with the shot from below will also find his way down into the graveyard. Meanwhile, HomeBois fighting inside the ball pit will be taken out. Team Hawk comes in and claims this spot for their own.
Well, they've been hiding right underneath this bunker for a very long time. So this ditch will provide a little bit more assistance to Team Hawk as they take over away from HomeBois' grasp. Bosskurr still moving into the circle as they try to take off players out of DBD. Don't Break Dreams just tries to book it into the center stage. And they're just trying to find a way to park. The moment he does, Zix goes down.
Well, guess who's still on the board here? RSG healthy with 4 members, and all the predictions you had just seems to go sour so far. Right now, Team Secret holding this compound close enough to the foothills of Gatka. Bosskurr finds their way in the open, but they do have a couple of stack of cars, or at least a shell of them of what it was before, but they're playing by the edge. They have to make a move soon, and it's open grounds for them.
That's right. RSG is hanging in there. And more and more nades coming in from Team Hawk. The exact same results against Genexus, but Genexus now taken out at 7th. One more nade will do the trick. Brian charges one up, but this is going to be a pretty hard one to crack, though. Brian now getting picked off by XamZ. This is not looking all too good for RSG, having 2 angles to worry about, as the rest of Crit VIP controls the northern end of the section. So they will have to fight against the on-form Bosskurr on the west.
Oh, but RSG getting sprayed down right now. They even have the Molotov too, to at least pincer, leaving them rendering useless with only 2 members to play. And it's a 4v2, it seems, with Team Hawk and RSG. More nades being tossed on forward. It's a big kill. Kim goes down in that one. Surely RSG, they're a bit crippled right now. They cannot make this one work with the sheer numbers coming out from Team Hawk. It's near impossible to defeat.
I would say the same as well. XamZ still pinning down members of Team Hawk. They try to claim points, but it's not going to be working out there. Oh my goodness, into the smoke. Almost dropping him down, not having the bullets to work with. Now still trying their luck here. Circle does belong to them. The rest of Crit VIP are marching forward, trying to full send it against the 2 teams that are fending off RSG pretty low, but Team Hawk, they're the ones here trying to fight right back. Beppen gets knocked out instead. Razor now getting tagged as Einstein's trying to line it up. Now that there's going to be smokes, it's going to be much harder to do, but Insomnus, those tags are flying his way. Team Secret surviving, but RSG, they just keep on getting bombarded with Razor timing in. But Team Hawk, you're still around the corner. Zigzag now comes in to pin out Magics. Now here are your top 5 teams here to make the cut for the final hoorah.
Oh my god, Crit VIP now under gunfire. That's Insomnus, Team Secret. Kid, he's got the eyes towards his direction here, but Crit VIP, they've never gotten this close. This is actually their chance. Now they've had a close calls before, but can we see them actually close this thing out with a chicken? Razor doing so much work, actually wiping the members of RSG. I believe they have about 7 kills now. Might even look into an 8 here, but they have to go in with the revive. However, pressure is onto their side. They're the ones taking attention, and Team Secret have their eyes upon Team Hawk.
2 members down from inside of Crit VIP. No time for them to even going for the revive for that moment, but Team Secret also getting launched attacks coming in from Team Bosskurr. Team Hawk still turtling in, but the circle though, some of these teams, such as Bosskurr, will have to make their run inwards. The vehicles have already been burned out. Team Secret in the middle of the field. 2 members there. Kid as well as Fredo trying to trade right back. I shot flying damn cutie. Trying to line it up. Zully should be able to go in for a rescue, but there's not much time left. So they will quickly go in for a little bit of pickup move forward. And Dams finds another one in the form of XamZ. Closes him out. 2v3, v3, v4.
I'd say huge value here for the likes of Crit VIP. If they can play this one slower and not even show off with aggression, because they're only playing with 2 members, but teams know their general direction, so it's a bit hard to be disciplined with the trigger here. Meanwhile, Team Secret taking over half the entire circle. This is their land to play, and they only have to wait till the enemies wither themselves out.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time, though. Circle now belongs to Team Secret over on the far west end. And Sound is now attacking right back at Team Bosskurr. They got to settle the score. Only 30 seconds yet. Again, they're just taking fights after fights. They want to close it out. That also gives so much more for Team Secret to finally get this chicken dinner here. Team Secret with the circle here. Are they going to be pushed over, though, is the question. Nice shot still getting marked by Damn Cutie. Bullets flying in the air from multiple directions here. And Bosskurr, that pit against the blue zone as well. Nowhere for him to run out.
Yeah, Crib VIP in the running still. Team Secret spraying from afar, looking like they have the biggest of advantage, but Bosskurr still has 3 members, and we know they're lethal already. Zigzag spraying onto Team Hawk. Takes a bunch of the members, or at least chip their health for the time being, but now Razor has got eyes on the member of Bosskurr, not hitting the mark just yet, but eventually dies out to the blue. Meanwhile, Bosskurr is shooting straight back, and they're trading 1-for-1 here. That's gonna favor Team Secret even heavier.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, Fredo does it again. Quite some distance being covered up. 3 versus 3, a very fair fight for both teams. Team Hawk clears out HomeBois, and we saw what happened to Crit VIP as well. So with this widespread, you can already tell Team Hawk, they're going to struggle moving right in.
Oh.
And this is the start of the struggle, as I say.
This is good entry already. Being procured with that nade right there. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Still cannot overcommit though, but they're going in with the revive. Probably the big mistake. He's going to take you in his graves.
Oh.
And it will secure 1 member. Kemper, he's low as well. Another Kobe going his way. He's not moved out from the situation. Team Hawk just not learning from the mistakes. They're just running. They're just staying put here. Taking the full fledge off the grenade. Direction has been genuinely guessed out. I guess Zully, the last member of Team Hawk left remaining, they can count, and I'm pretty sure they did the math here. Team Hawk Zully is the only one remaining in the playing field from the opposing side, and they'll spray towards his direction, and maybe Kid can end one with another nade as well.
And that will be the closure of the round, like you said. Ended with a bang. Team Secret here on Chicken Dinner number 1. Well, actually, it's not our first chicken dinner, but it's the first one here on match 2 of Arangel, as this will be them coming back with a prime form. And we were just worried about this team because there's so many teams around them at first, and then they start to pick up their battles of their own, and they book the right circle by the very end of it. But it's grenade galore, baby. The whole matches was about grenades, grenades, and grenades. And Team Secret definitely bombed on their way to the top.
Yeah, I think that was quite of a cold feat there for Team Hawk. I think it was a high pressure situation. They clearly didn't know what to do. They got 1 member knocked out with a nade, sure, fine. Oh, you went in immediately to try and get a revive, and he survived the second nade. It still stayed put. So I don't know, man. I think they were cold feet. They didn't know what to do. They didn't move, and so they had to pay the price. Everyone just went down through nades. Team Hawk, 4 nades to do them out. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here.
Yeah, overall we see a little bit more of a long scuffle between MUGEN as well as Yoodo Alliance until they basically choose to march right in, so they manage to at least get quite significant points out there. Genexus were stuck in that same position where RSG was at and instantly gets bombarded by the rest of HomeBois. And later on, it was Team Hawk that was basically racing up against all the other teams for those numbers and ended up pinning down Bosskurr in quite a similar fashion.
Yeah, Team Hawk though, they did take over this ditch very, very professionally. They didn't lose any much of a member. They actually won a lot of fights by tossing nades onto the side of Genexus. They were the ones who eliminated Genexus, all thanks to Crit VIP also coming from the back end. They were sandwiched at that point. And so for Team Hawk to make it the way they did is also impressive as it is, despite having quite of a cold feet towards the end with the nade fight here.
Yeah, and we see the open fields of Gatka is just leaving no stones unturned with such a difficult terrain. Team Secret rises to the top. So this chicken dinner here with high frag volumes, I think that there's going to be a huge leap for Team Secret as they dare to leap.
With Realme GT Neo 3. I'll tell you more about that one soon enough. I mean, we've been repeating about it the entire day, but man, it never gets bored. Just like this game right here, and just like Team Secret, because just when your somewhat hopes and dreams for this team to once again step up to the plate, here they are doing it. Just before you lose hope, they come in with the 24 full pointers, although only 9 eliminations, but they'll take that against all the other matches they've had previously. Because let's be honest, this is a good start for them. Definitely gonna shoot up the board for the time being. However, it is still early. Same can be said with Team Hawk 22, but Bosskurr ultimately the biggest winner. Definitely on top of GEEK fam. Consistency alone.
And it's continuing from yesterday's streak as well. RSG with 10 points, Quick VIP with 18. So they finally find what works for them overall. Yoodo Alliance NC here with single digits 8 as well as 5 respectively. And it's going to be Razor that comes up as the MVP of the match. Congratulations to Crit VIP squad.
Yeah, he's sporting the very sinister mustache. That's how you know he's a good shot. Because back then,
I don't know if you're a good shot though.
People in the days, if you see the mustache, you know he's probably a musketeer or something. 6 kills, 942 damage. Definitely a lot. And I love this Crit VIP. Because they're starting to play things aggressive and see how much it paid out for them. If only they took the advice and just gone aggro since week number 1. They're playing a bit too safe here. They're playing not to lose.
That's right. Now they will move upwards to the top 5 spot. Bosskurr now sets a little bit more of a gap between all the other teams. Team Secret bounces up to 6. This right behind Crit VIP. And, well, we have Sem9, DVD, NC as well as Team Hawk to make up the top 10. Genexus pushed down. Now at 11th spot.
Oh, not having the best of run. And I'm just afraid that history might repeat himself because, truth be told, last season as well, they were fairly weak comes in week number 1. Week number 2, they showed up big time with the triple chicken. This was last season, okay? I'm re-quoting last season. And then come the 3rd season, and again, they fall off short. So it seems like they have somewhat of a bell curve in terms of their performance in the PMPL, historically.
And for Dingoz as well, I think that this week has been a really tiring week. We see some of these matches with not much of a casualty in the early game. Teams are being a little bit more wary, a lot more careful of their rotation, and these adjustments that they made have definitely paid off.
Yeah, paid off indeed big time, but of course, Team Bosskurr, congratulations. Who would have thought? I mean, in week number 2, we saw them having some sort of a firepower here, but I never thought I'd see them this consistent here at week number 3. And let's focus our eyes on the team at hand who actually got to the chicken dinner instead, Team Secret.
That's right. We start off here with the rest of Team Secret starting inside of Pachinki, and all you have to do is to cut into the lower end of the open fields while they try to go ahead and get themselves a little bit more pickup. With more vehicles, they will move directly into Gakko, and we see them basically stay there for the longest of time, and it does move into the direction for most part.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top 2 teams, right? Bosskurr, Team Secret, they're all smack dab in the middle itself. So you would say that probably that gamble paid off big time since, I mean, 3 teams actually. Crit VIP is also smack dab in the center, and all 3 of these teams had a remarkable game because they were able to cop that circle fairly early. GEEK fam had to push onto Bosskurr, and again, Bosskurr just coming up with loads of surprises right now, taking out teams like GEEK fam. And I believe Genexus also lost to Bosskurr in the previous round over in Sanhok. And so this team just absolutely popping off in week 3, and I'm looking for more.
Yeah, and remember what Undergo said, there's just going to be that one team that you don't expect to be in the grand finals. I believe now they are grand finals worthy. So long as they can keep up with this tempo, so long as they can still go in for some proactive trades, then I believe Team Bosskurr should be on that list.
Yeah, especially take a look at this circle right here. It was no easy one to play things out. Team Hawk They were going against RSG and formerly Genexus as well. So they got 2 teams wiped in this effort alone. Thankfully for Crit VIP, who was also helping sandwich it. So Team HYVE got away with that one and a hefty amount of kills. But it always boils down to this moment right here. Obviously, Crit VIP right next to Team HYVE. It's a bit of a no-brainer because the number advantage goes to the side of Team HYVE, but when it goes down to this 1v1, that's when things got a bit dicey here. With the nades being tossed on forward, Team Secret just absolutely destroying the likes of Team HYVE.
Yeah, and that will be all for the recap that we had for that previous run. So remember, stay around because we still have 3 more maps to be played out. This is just the first angle. So next match, who's not going to be playing? Let's check this one out. So any news?
Yeah, I believe it was a Genexus group who will be sitting out on that one. Yep. Group D won't be playing in the next map. So like I mentioned, Genexus had to make this one count because Erangel has been their strongest map so far. And now they're missing out on one Erangel map today. Unfortunately, they have to work overnight, burn the midnight oil with Miramar comes game after.
I feel like the terrains in Erangel sometimes when the circle closes up, it's a lot more challenging as compared to Miramar because they have so many terrains. But we'll leave that for later on because we're a little bit thirsty. We're going to grab some water, and by the time we come back, we'll bring you more exciting games here at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Till then, of course, see you in a bit.
Proses! Ya! Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada.
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini ni cuba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik dalam season ni, okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Kau ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because You are here, we are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku centik concern kau. Okey?
So saya nak tuju kepada tim Semnai, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Bot K, 4 kali champion.
Gua tak perlu same snipe lah. Lu orang semua sayur. Kalau Dingoz Esports, season pertama main pun takkan sampai C lah bro.
Itu mungkin season depan. Tapi season ni korang tengok je lah. Jangan nanti kat atas tu korang diam-diam pula.
Mana dia tahu dia tak main? Dia contribution bukan sekadar kill sahaja.
Mantap.
Bot K, 4 kali champion. Tahu gila, lembik gila. Tak nak aku.
Hai, saya Adik. Saya Ham.
Wih.
Asal dah boot game ada kat sini?
Benda mu. Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak.
Gerak. Oh, so okey, kau dulu. Wih, panas. Wih.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu.
Ya, kau.
Benda baik. Atas tu.
Dah tahu lah. Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda?
Bodoh. Lembik gila.
Okey. Okey. Geli sikit ni.
Nak try yang ni lah. Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
Ni baru kari tadi.
Aku warna kot?
Warna naga. Hamster. Sabun.
I think kura-kura. Nenas. Kaki ayam tangan ayam
Oh, nenas. Kaki ayam.
Sini boleh. Nenas bongok.
Okey, dah habis dah sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini.
So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Binabalik ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ICMC na by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Group, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapag-up ng face ng ating mag-GEEK mantikang at harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK pamatak sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to...
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please!
Neo speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed.
I have.
Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We're fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations! Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak, and when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today.
Hope you guys have already gotten yourself dinner this time around. And of course, we are back for more here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's Keith here alongside with me. Yeah, I felt like it's getting a little bit hot, so my jacket's going to be off for now. But my name's Contra, and we're going to get more action as we hit into our second map of Erangel.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what happened to the wardrobe change? I didn't even see that one coming. It seems like Contra himself is a man full of mystery, being able to pull magic out of his hat, or he might just have a secret power. Who, by the way, just got themselves a chicken dinner, so congratulations on that one. But first, let's take a look at Team Secret and how they fare against the competition in this match of Erangels. Team Secret, 9 kills, 2,000 over damage, but that is nothing compared to the likes of Bosskurr, who has 10, Team Hawk 10 of their own, and Crit VIP, my god. It's been a while since we've seen them on top of the leaderboards, and right now, with that 10 kills, that might just be a kick towards the right direction.
That's right, and on top of that list is going to be Crit VIP's very own Razor with 942 points of damage being done. As for closing in with 915 as well, and 701 for eye shots of Team Secret. So it's great. This is many of these teams bouncing to the top of the top 5 brackets. Now, we're going to be taking a look at the groups that we'll be playing for our second matchup inside of Miramar in Map 3. This is going to be Group A, B, C, as well as E. So Group D with Genexus, Don't Break Dreams, Axis Rate 1, as well as MUGEN. These names, they're not going to play this match.
Yeah, they won't be. So unfortunately for Genexus, they've had quite a rough start for today itself in week number 3. Already 2 bad maps, and now they have to sit out on this one. They have to pull themselves back through comes Miramar later on, but now they will have to hope that they don't drift further down into the ladder, because already I think we saw they were at over 6 to the 8th position. A little bit more of that one. Or was it on the second draft?
Perhaps so.
I think the second draft, right? Because they haven't been
They were on
performing.
9, 10, 11?
Yeah, it's getting rough for Genexus, but we will hold that hope up high. And first, keep holding this hope to actually get yourself this brand new KL Gangster voice pack from Malik and Shark. For the Malaysian fans especially, you can get them for free by showing up at any one of those live, what is the word? Watch party. Live watch parties that's happening around places near you. One in Perak over at Ipoh Parade, and one over in Sabah for Surya Sabah.
That's right, and we're going to be celebrating every weekend as well as every Wednesday, because Rabu Pado is here. You can gain yourself that Lilac attack suit by just playing with your lads out there. Earn 3 chicken dinners and you get those tokens. Exchange it for items like what you see on your screen.
Yeah, it's all neon green and blue. That seems to be the theme here. It's as if it's just glowing right in the dark here. Now, this is also another aesthetic choice in which you can earn or grind per se by getting yourself the Royal Pass M13, the Mecha Sanctum set. It's available, but first you have to buy it and then start grinding for it. It's a small price to pay for a really handsome outfit.
That's right. You can relieve the rush here as we have the brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Konisag. And man, I wish I could get my hands on this one.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all? Sure, it's probably not electric, but hey, who cares about that when it's got a lot of performance right to back it all up. And talking about, you know, pretty exterior with a powerful interior, that is probably the theme for this upcoming Axe suit here. Teasing us a little bit with some alien technology. Something's happening down in the middle. You're gonna have to screenshot this display and zoom straight in and let me know what this Axe suit is all about. It's coming soon. Follow PUBG Mobile to get more details.
That's right. And now I think that we got a lot of all these promos out of the way. It's time to predict who's going to be up next here to get that chicken dinner. And I'm just throwing a stone out in the open field.
Wow.
If it's going to be all these new teams here to basically bounce to the top, I want to see MAB do it.
Well, MAB, gotta be honest, not a bad pick at all. I've seen them, you know, popping off quite a bit here, especially in week number 2. But week number 3, they're losing out a lot on these trades in which they should have, you know, won, right? We've seen them go up against, they've even wiped out the likes of Yoodo Alliance, who I did vote this time around because I think they're pretty much on on fire right next to Bosskurr. They're head in head, and even DBD, I would add it in. But we'll see how this one goes, because just like you, I'm tossing a stone out in the open and hopefully it hits on something or someone and maybe prove me right.
Hopefully not on someone. I mean, that will give a huge concussion to anybody out there. So when you see Keith, run.
No. I was pointing at you because you wouldn't get a concussion if you found yourself a level 3 helmet at the very least.
Ah, okay. Level 1 still gonna hurt though.
Actually, I think you're good with level 1. It's a stone. How bad could it be? I mean, if you're talking
wear
about
a
stone,
motorcycle helmet and I'm gonna throw one brick in your head. You tell me if that hurts or not.
I said a stone. A brick is a total different ball game. Just the mass of it. So now we will be taking flight across Erangel just about soon enough. 30 seconds of the clock. So this is your time to get yourself comfortable. Grab yourself some snacks from the kitchen. Get a little bit of drink before you get yourself parched and have to blink and miss of some of the actions here, and settle in. Turn down the lights. Playing some jazz. We're about to get real romantic on this one.
Romantic journey for chicken dinner? Hey, I'm in. Set the candle lights. Dim it out. And of course, it's time for us to roll out once again. Let's head over to our third game of the day. Back into Erangel.
Into these lanes we go. Second time of the day. Last Erangel match to be played here. It's match 3 out of the 5 that we will be playing. And let's see. It seems like this flight path is coming from, actually top side down below. It's a vertical one. And GEEK Fam and the rest of the other teams have got, well, great entry into the drop zones.
Well, I'm still waiting for that Sanofka Island circle though. This might just be it. And Genexus is not nowhere around for this match. If it's going to be on the south side, maybe they're grateful that they're not going to be the ones who are playing. SMG now will move into the north side of Georgia Pole. Eventually might challenge GEEK Fam. So let's wait and see how this one plays out. As them 9 back into Severny. It'll be an easy drop for the team. HYVE, as well as the rest of their squad, aims to move in towards the Stalbert area or maybe stretch it a little bit into Kameshki as well. However, for some of these teams, they're already moving into the south side. We see GEEK Fam, Dingoz, and Team Secret.
Oh, that's M9. They have guests, they have company, and that is from HYVE International themselves. They copped the spot over at Severny, knowing that MUGEN will not be playing this map, but here comes HYVE to actually take over the Queen Bee themselves, looking to invade, and now 2 on top, 2 more playing in the bottom, but it seems like all the good weapon goes this side of HYVE. Putra's holding nothing but a pistol, and that does not seem like a convincing fight to take unless the backup does come on time. Right now, they do have vehicles, and they're finding their way within this compound, guarding from the outside here.
Everton could swing in with the PP Bison as well. Meanwhile, ARM does have an M16, so there is a fighting chance for Sem9. Putra just could use a little bit more bullets out there on the chamber. Gotta aim for the head because these guys may not even find themselves a helmet just yet. Mamparang joining in too. Oh boy. How's this gonna go? Mamparang does have a weapon. As he's about to show you why he's in this match as Adips gets subbed out.
Oh, he's going in real sneaky. If he catches one through the window, that could be a great entry for the likes of Sem9. They only need to take one member down because, oh, Lord of Harm, he's got a weapon to fight around with, but Blanks, I think he pretty much spots that one out. The info has been given. HYVE Aero 10 immediately with the smokes, but the rotation is here. They're crashing into compound, and now they overstayed their welcome. The bees of together, the Hornets, have now turned into, well, bumblebees himself. Not lethal. The HYVE shall crumble from the south side, though. Blanks coming in, spraying out.
Out of a blink of an eye, we only lose 2 members of HYVE International. They took a little bit too long, and hence why the rest of Sem9 has been able to send the full team back. Haram, though he was knocked, he will be eventually picked up, and that will be pretty much a clear-cut fight when in the favor of Sem9. How to turn tides around, they do get a little bit more of a lesson. Meanwhile, Forfro just planking by a rock. I don't think that he has much to work out with.
Yeah, I think he was a bit guilty in that one. He knew that he had to come in with the rotation, but they were only on foot, and so he was just guarding from the outside in case someone jumps off the rooftop and tries to go in through the entrance, but that, alas, did not happen. And so he was sitting idly by, felt the betrayal of his brethren here. And so he's guilty. He's not moving. He's a bit in the depression side, yeah.
Well, sometimes the best way is to live on to tell the tale, right? Like than to also put everything in the basket and risk having all the eggs cracking all together. So it's a rough start here for the Philippines representatives, but then again, we see them power through before. Funky now comes in. Mango goes out. Mango definitely has an interesting debut here in the season of the PMPL. So, Farang, definitely a very young squad coming out of Farang Guerilla. We see even Malik's coming in. So 2 subs in the squad. Interesting enough.
I mean, a lot of switcheroos have been happening here. I believe in Farang, no? The Guerrilla squads. Obviously, the names on top, you know they're good ones. But Olaya not playing. He was one of the staple members. Seems like he might have to take a break. But talking about teams that are popping off big time here. Crit VIP coming in with a 10-pointer kill and a top 4 position earlier on. I do not recall, but Razor comes out, I think for the first time since forever. #1 in the most damage dealt.
Yeah, the MVP of that previous matchup here inside of Arangol as well. The Crit VIP definitely feeling really strong about this momentum. Just needing the final touches for their chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Appy having 4 rivals here. He's been having 61 frags inside of this map. And take a look at that. He's also always providing assistance with 11 rescues and 32 assists.
Well, is that a lot?
It's a lot.
Assists. I thought he was the man who's on fire. Oh, wait, hold that thought, though, because Team Secret now getting gunned down. You talked about MAB being the upset makers here. Well, trying to seal the fate for Team Secret. Still, all 4 members alive, and I think iShots just counted his eggs and said, hey, we're running away with 1. They're going to be able to repopulate with 1 chicken, but now even the last eggs have been cracked here. Team Secret out in 16, and they just had a good game coming off the previous round.
That's right, and how easily that has turned out for them to be having their hopes all crushed. High grenade elimination points coming in from Team Secret's very own kid with 10. But it doesn't seem like in the early game they've been able to expend even a single grenade.
Such a waste off of a good potential, but it's okay. It's all part and parcel of the game. They had no control over it. Surely they did. Technically speaking, you can take fights on your own control and your own accord. But, well, it is what it is. It happened. Let's move on. And now Sem9, Manparang just showing off some tricks here, and it's just proving people wrong when they said you can't teach old dogs new trick. Here he is.
If it's going to be a trike, are you going to be certain that that's actually a trick? Because most bikes run on 2 wheels. So
I've never tried it. Nobody has, and that makes it a trick.
Honestly, I really want to own a motorcycle, and my mom told me,
A
no,
motor
it's
or
too
trike?
dangerous.
Oh,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree, though.
So, yeah. Manparang, daredevil overall, because we've seen a lot of teams actually trip over rocks while riding on that trike.
Yeah.
So, I'm pro now on the lower end.
Finding
Still-
himself in a very difficult situation is HomeBois.
It's in the military base. So, is this a circle inside of the area, though?
No, but I think HomeBois is crashing. Maybe they didn't get the drops what they want to. I think it's accessible though, but HomeBois is changing things up here, and Iron Pro gets knocked down. They're in NC's territory, and NC has been playing this map for the longest of time. So it's going to be a home ground battle for them.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling good about these pickups here. HomeBois is definitely on uncharted grounds. We'll have Magics coming closer and closer. It's going to be a little bit more of a bring Prime overall to the top of the hits of HomeBois. Start off with a Molotov. Oh, doesn't really force them to make too much of a move. Meanwhile, Trix is about to join into the party. And another smoke to cover off their ground here. Love utilities being expended in the early game. And yes, it is a military iron circle. Military base circle, I would say. And you can already see that more than 50% of that circle is already covering into the waters. So that also means that eventually it will close back into the ground. And maybe in the perfect position. And I'm glad I make this call.
Yeah, looking very possible right now. But take a look at the loot box, though. It's teasing them. It's as if someone's going to make the effort to go over, but that might just be the truth here because
Dingoz might actually have a bow.
They're driving their way through. So that's pretty cool.
Okay. A little bit more firepower coming out there. Yuhai. Enough trolling around for the past 2 rounds there. First one with a little bit more of an interesting interaction against some of the other players out there. Yoodo Alliance hoping to aim Yuhai down. Addict Luke was supposed to be that prodigy that follows in the footsteps of Yuhai. One point in time, Addict Luke used to be the hottest player out there that we assume that he will be in the transfer markets. And of course, still carries on with some really huge firepower to unload at the enemies. And Voki chooses to take a pit stop. That's just going to be a few attacks out there. Quickly goes in for the prone. Instead, actually dropped to his knees. Dangerous situation also for the likes of Putra. So Voki chooses the wrong spot here to hide out.
I mean, he couldn't have possibly knew, so I'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But Sem9 still in the blue, and I guess that's... They're tanking quite a heap amount of damage. This is going to run the numbers up the stats. And yeah, it's looking like Sem9 just coming on from the outside. How viable is that going to be later on? Because now, if you have to cross the bridge to make it onto the Sosnovka's island, then you're getting into a chokehold. And as we all know, first mover has got an advantage. Bosskurr already guarding the entrance and the exits. SMG as well. Bosskurr right now makes the move.
Yeah, Sem9 still finding it really hard to actually make their way cut across. So they will try to restock on some of these mats. We're looking at Harm, who's only got 1 first aid kit. So it definitely seems to be a little bit difficult for them for the temporary measure. They're trying to distribute the loots for now. So a little bit longer of a pit stop for them.
Yeah, but some of these teams will have to make the move soon enough. Right now, SMG don't want to take too much risk in trying to get across, seeing as though that might just punish them in the process. Not the safest of thing, but I guess right now they're pushed to desperation. We'll have to make the rotation over, and it's Sem9 who now have to push through the likes of SMG if SMG successfully makes their way across the islands.
But VIP, though, in a really good spot. They could still fish out some of all these other players out there. So far, VIP have definitely got the rotations down. Just a matter of time before they celebrate another win. And for a little bit more of a crossover here, SMG will have Bosskurr trying to stop them on their tracks. But phase 2 is starting to hurt so many people out there. GEEK fam smacked in the middle of it all. Somehow makes their way into the circle. But then again, look at how crowded it will get. This is just phase 2, guys. Phase 3 pushes everybody up there. I don't even want to find out where it ends up by phase 7.
Yeah, that's just some sketchy circle. I'm not gonna lie, that's 50% water, 50% land. It's most likely gonna close onto land, but there's not much already available to play around with, and that means we're expecting one heck of a bloodbath, especially those who's only now joining onto the Sosnovka Island after burning into the blue. Look at the Geeks! They're not athletes, but here they are, taking a swim.
Oh boy. Hope they have the iron lungs going for them, though, because it's going to last for quite a while. Razor now goes for the trade, takes out Stone. Bar goes down as well. It's not looking all too good for HomeBois yet again. As Team Hawk claims those lives, Dams doesn't seem like he will be rescued just yet. And more things being tossed out in the open here. And this is just a rowdy ride for everybody out there. HomeBois at least retreat. Get a little bit of reprieve for a reset, but I see a little bit more smoke being tossed in. So that's going to be a quick reset, but here comes GEEK fam. They've already climbed upwards, taking down members of Dingoz. Another 2 on the block. Snipes tried to climb up, but he slides back down. But Micah says, it's okay, I got you, fam.
My God, GEEK fam, they found their way up on the hill. Wonder how that one happened. They scaled the walls, although not having iron lungs, they did cross the Great Walls of China. It seems the defenses by the pier, and they're taking out Dingoz one after another. It's Kiddo has to deploy some smokes, but he's not in a healthy position to live. Only has bandages, 30 of them, but now gets spot out immediately. Just go in cleaning this GEEK fam. They're just on running errands at this point.
Yeah, and there's not much they can run from, but Real, he does get a little bit more of a refract going on. Damrude still very far away. He could just pick up this point, though. Dingoz will still survive for now. Attic Luke comes in to pin down one player off. Snipes getting shot. And suddenly, GEEK fam, they're stuck in a really sticky situation as they will try to crawl right through. Hopefully nobody falls alive. Cutting through the back, Yoodo Alliance hoping to strike them off.
Yeah, talking about crawling on walls, that's a potential Spider-Man reference you just missed out there.
Yeah, but then again, is that really a wall? Or is it a cliff?
I wouldn't know, but hey, you're defying gravity, that speaks for something. But talking about defying the norms here, Yoodo is doing exactly that. People want to charge you for data to play games. Guess what? They're letting you do it for free. And all you have to do is scan that QR code right there. And let's take a look at the circle, thankfully. More land than it is sea now, and so I think HYVE International might have booked the wrong ticket.
But speaking of the kings of the seas, it's Tabah NSEA.
Oh, this is their turf.
They've already got the hang out of the military base, and they are in that perfect position, smack in the middle like an egg yolk on a sunny side up, and hopefully that spot's going to be the final circle for them. Bebeng, outside of the play zone, gets knocked down. And I see a couple more teams here struggling. Team Hawk, however, now seeking players out of Dingoz. Dingoz only having one member left. This ain't the fight to take, but he will just fight back. Even Damroot wants to come in. And Team Hawk, they mess with the wrong boys out here. Here comes Yuhai, and he doesn't even need that nade because SMG, they also chime in to help out. And some third-party action going on. MAB was the one that lands the final shot onto Dams. And Team Hawk looked like they could stand a fighting chance early on, but MAB now will have the rest of SMG holding them back. from crawling right through. Though MAB is already inside the circle. Calamity, he has the vehicles to try to bring his teammates inwards.
He will try, and he will try and make the rotation so successfully, but they have to be careful though. With the likes of GEEK fam still alive, that could be quite of a nail prick to try and drive by, as it could just cause his entire member to shred down without even putting up a fight. And Bosskurr, ooh, nearly could have gone sour that zigzag. Just jumping off vehicles. As if he hasn't learned that this patch, a lot of people just fell and face planted first. And so they have to address that. Meanwhile, oh, Bosskurr gets the kill. That's the final member of VIP, I believe.
Yeah, they definitely had their struggles moving into the island. And that struggle will end right here. So does their run here on the third matchup. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance still healthy and alive. Every single member out there still surviving. Meanwhile, Adiglu tries to heal up. GEEK fam, they're just like cockroaches. No matter how many times you strike them, they will crawl somewhere and they will still continue to live. You're trying to tap their heads, they can still basically last a week longer. I don't even know what could have possibly stopped GEEK fam.
I don't know. At this point, they just came in. They have the, I guess, somewhat of a best position to be in. They have covers with the walls, while the rest of the other teams might have to play open field sooner than later once the circle does close in. And I just going back to the question, I don't know what can stop them if they're playing, if this circle doesn't close away. Because look at how they have so much terrain to play from. It's not even possible to try and snipe them out. They have cover. They just move back a little bit, and well, I guess that's negated now. GEEK fam pressured to make the move, to push into circle, and SMG Yoodo Alliance straight right in front of them, MAB as well.
And I guess there's not going to be much advantage given over to them being wrapped around with so many of these teams. Yoodo Alliance, SMG, MAB, and even Bosskurr. This completely shuts them off. Drax has his vehicle being exploded, and that might just be him out of the game already. But he's still crawling on his foot. That's good news for SMG. They can still go in for a little revival. And look at that, Bosskurr still within the play, but then again, we'll have the rest of GEEK fam now moving forward towards the side of SMG. Damage is being done, but Snipes out in the open ground will be taken out quickly. And Yuhai still pummeling damage into the shack. Here comes a big nade. And let's see whether it will cook them all up. Yes, it will! The whole team vanishes. It's Yuhai making magic work.
SMG yet again inside a little shed, getting taken out. I feel that if we go trail things back to week number 2, we can make a compilation of how many times they just fall flat, going into small, tight, cramped places. Just not the best place to take on fights, but hey, I guess it's either you win or you learn, and right now they're learning one step at a time. Bosskurr now has to go up against Sem9, who has got number advantage, and players moving on the flank side here. Putra already firing some bullets down their way, but Bosskurr, they have backup as well.
Yeah, like the way that they've been playing on Shacks definitely made a little bit more of a traumatic experience. Bosskurr, though, they're trying to take a Shack of their own, but they're being smart with it. They were standing on top of it for a little bit of a quick duration. Meanwhile, we see even more of these names starting to drop like flies. There's going to be one member down from the side of Sem9. Bosskurr having Imon there, going with that one frag. Now pushes inwards. Bosskurr, this is going to be a little bit of a hot streak for them. And same goes to GEEK fam, already securing 10, but everybody's on foot. Man, these are like Navy SEALs. Took a swim, now running onto the open grounds, and they find themselves a restock of the crate. And Yoodo Alliance, they're in the water. What are they doing there?
Yeah, they're playing by the sea against Tabah NSEA, so obviously Poseidon's not really happy about that. But no, GEEK fam, although they have quite the incredible run though, remember it's Bosskurr who has the lead, and every single kill they get is just negating the lead of GEEK fam, trying to gap close onto them. And right now, GEEK fam don't look too hot, and Bosskurr spraying them down. That's gonna immediately eliminate some of the lead that their GEEK fam is trying to bring in closer to maybe take over the likes of Bosskurr. No, that's not happening, they said.
They already got 10 elimination points overall, and yet again, it has been a little bit difficult, but Micah has already made his cut across. He's still trying to survive the final stand. will not last for GEEK fam. A respectable top 5 finish with 11 frags at the very least to close that round off. Meanwhile, Bosskurr having their legs being exposed towards Rush. Rex still alive. Honestly, RSG could also do it here. He forgot 3 frags. A little more quiet compared to the rest of the squad that has been having the names across the board. Is Rex also getting tagged? He's only down to 15 bandages.
Yeah, so GEEK fam 11 kills, Bosskurr also 11 kills, so that means GEEK fam made 0 progress trying to gap close onto the likes of Team Bosskurr, and Team Bosskurr might even run away with more position points, and if even more kill goes their way, then it's just minor leads going to the side of Team Bosskurr even more here. And so they were gonna try and maintain this. It's paramount. It's paramount that Bosskurr maintains their position and maybe even come out with another chicken, because then that's gonna put them in a good foot coming in day number 3.
And that's great sprays coming from Kim. Now here comes a refract though coming out of Lot Harm. Nades are being tossed into his direction. Kim already got Mumparn through the smokes, but he's still surviving though. He's trying to create a little bit more distance between those nade Rangers that's flying right in, but both of them gets blasted off. And all thanks to Ranger as well as Kim for these efforts.
Down to the top 3 position, Team Bosskurr, NC, and RSG, all members still alive and playing this map. It's a triple threat Mexican standoff here, but RSG Rax gets the first entry, takes 1 member of Team Bosskurr. They were on the high ground, so they're under the gun sight of a lot of members from RSG right now. Looking like the most potential threat. I don't think RSG knows of the players of Tabah NSEA right across the field, so they will have their eyes set upon the King of the Hills.
Another nade being tossed right in. This might be the demise of the rest of Bosskurr if it does connect, and it does land onto a knock. And that's another one coming from Rush there. That leaves only 1 member behind, and that will be it. NC, the Kings of Sanaska, will crush Team Bosskurr, stopping their streak. And now it's between NC versus RSG.
This is going to look tough here, but RSG, they're already positioned themselves by the edge of the circle. Same goes with Tabah NSEA, but it is RSG who occupies the high grounds first. Already sprayed down and taking 2 members of Tabah NSEA, but it's a 2v3 still very much possible. Frankie, he just needs to get some sort of an info. Spraying in the dark is RSG, not hitting the mark here. More Molotov cocktail tossed on forward. They do see the body right behind smokes. And, well, with that peek, that should give him a little bit of an advantage with the information. But he wins that one real hard. He gets it, though. Recovered just in time, but now Kim suppressing towards the back end. It's Magix who now have to go in with the heals. Only has bandage. He saw Kim. Surely, with his whatever HP left, can he go in with the peek? He is relatively low, and he's the only member from Tabah NSEA.
And Ranger Magic is secured at 1 corner in. Still no time for him to go in for the res. But they do actually get this one set off. Now here comes another nade being primed off, but then again, Ranger with a take of health left. RSG Kid being pushed by the blue zone. Now 2 versus 1.
My God.
1 versus 1. Let's see whether Ranger has the time. 4 seconds. No.
He's not
the
going to make
blue zone's here, and it will be Tabah NSEA with the chicken dinner. Oh, a little bit of missed opportunity for RSG because that looked so well. It could have been closed out, but they lost too much health, and being blinded by the smoke, it buys time for Tabah to reset.
It looks so good for the likes of RSG. They have everything they wanted up against their favor. They have the high ground. They have pushed the likes of Bosskurr. They have most of the members up, but what they lack was the composure towards the last few shortages, right? Because it turned into a 2v2 situation. But man, did Tabah NSEA play that one so perfectly. RSG, I think, getting a little bit sloppy. They pushed through the smoke blindly, got punished, more members fall, and it turned out into a very tough situation for them. But still, kudos to both of these teams. Actually, all 3 of the teams, including GEEK fam, that makes it 4, because they've all got high fragging numbers under their belt.
Yeah, and I'm definitely satisfied with this Sanaska run out there, and Tabah NSEA proved to be the kings of the island, but it all started off on that final fight, which I want to emphasize, because it was Brian pushing alone. If it was going to be accompanied by Ranger altogether, then it would have basically yielded better results, if you ask me. And many of these teams over on the south side were just basically taking fights after fights. Team Hawk, we thought that they stand a chance to take down GEEK Fam, but Snake's reigning in HYVE managed to deter them from playing this game overall, and GEEK Fam still gets themselves 11 points before they crash out.
Yeah, but look at Bosskurr, absolutely monster today. They have gotten one of the best runs, I think, in week number 3. They are the ones with the best runs, hence they are in the #1 spot. But they're getting away with loads of these pointers, loads of murder, just shooting across the map. And you can see, even with the highlights itself, they didn't have the easiest of situations. They're all playing on the open grounds. Admittedly, they do get the high grounds, but still, they've got nothing but trees to play around with, and they held that long, had to go up against the pressure of both Tabah NSEA and RSG. Unfortunately, that was too much to handle, and Bosskurr will have to bow out at the 3rd place, but still, very respectable run.
Yeah, all these teams really showing exemplary work when we come down to the island finish, and it definitely wasn't an easy task. RSG making the top 2 is still something to celebrate about, because they have a lot of tough runs throughout this week itself. Yesterday, we see them struggle a tad bit. NC, though, this is their time to shine, as they gotten themselves 25 points by the end of the round.
Insane numbers getting pulled away of Tabah NSEA. It's just impressive stuff. I mean, this is one of the statements to be made, right? Tabah NSEA, that Sosnovka military base is their home to play, and you just went up against them in home ground, and they are gonna not give you the chance of day to run along with it. And so RSG and Bosskurr, GEEK Fam even paid the price so heavily. They all went down, and well, kudos to some of these teams as well. Sem9 with 12 points still, despite having quite of a rough start in this game. They spawned all the way in Severny. That's the opposite of where the circle relies, and they've had to go through pretty much hell to secure that 12 points. But here's our MVP.
That's right, it's gonna be our boy RXZ. Well, I'm not too sure if that's a motorcycle model or what, but man, he's basically catching up to speed against everybody else here, with 754 damage being done. 3 elimination points though. I do believe that there's also a few other players that have matched the number of kills, but Bosskurr now solidified themselves at #1, the first team to break the triple-digit mark.
Yeah, and it is only day 2 here of the 3rd match, so Team Bosskurr with 7 matches, breaking the triple-digit. They're looking like the GEEK Fam in week number 2, and it is now GEEK Fam who has to play catch-up. Still 20 points, about 20 points difference here between the two, so still doable within a single round. But NC now stepping up, 3rd place. 4 rivals, and Axis and Crit VIP makes way, dropping down 1 position.
Yeah, and RSG also managed to make their way into the top 10, now ties with DBD. So the chances here are looking so good. So this is definitely going to be interesting to see how this one's going to go, because there's a lot of catching up to do. Anyone from the 2nd page here also do stand a chance to move up into the top 10 itself. So all hopes are not lost just about yet, as we are going to be looking at what things are going to be like for maps of Miramar, I would say.
Yeah, excited for the first Miramar of the evening. We know Miramar is a bit long drawn, and to be honest, for the first 12 minutes can be pretty stale. But hey, towards the last few circles, Miramar becomes like the most fun map to play around with, because all you have is open fields and contours to play around with, not really cover. So you're not going to see much of a passive, team fight. In fact, they're always looking for flank side to get one up the other.
That's true, and we are already seeing Team Bosskurr really running every single map like they're playing the last games of their lives. Yeah. And that's what we really want to see out of all these 20 teams that are on board. So who's going to be there to really stop them, guys? Like GEEK Fam, they tried, but they weren't even close to Bosskurr in those sort of a territory, and they were running out of open grounds. They were fighting at one point,
yeah,
but GEEK Fam too far off on that blue zone really didn't have standard needs chance.
I mean, Bosskurr was gatekeeping from the hill, so it was a bit hard. They were just getting sprayed down. GEEK fam, they had 4 members. They were all hiding behind a singular tree. Obviously, it's going to have some tail. And they got picked off one by one. So it was a tough hill to climb or to conquer here. But regardless, Bosskurr now on the streak, which begs me the question, why now? What happened to the past 2 games? Why only down to week 3 are they starting to kick up the way they did?
I think that it's also desperation of securing the maximum points because they were somewhere in between of the pack, and if you do secure at least a minimum of 15 points by this weekend, then it should be able to at least qualify them to the grand finals already. So if you hold on to number 1, I'm pretty sure that's more than good enough.
Well, 15 points is actually harder than most people would think, right? Because 15 point is top 5 position over in the bonus, right? The bonus points mode. So it's not an easy thing to do, but everyone's trying to make sure that they fall within the top 16 and hopefully get their fingers crossed and pray to God that they make it onto the country finals, because then they have another shot over at the SEA Championship. Remember, only the top 4 makes it through to the SEA Championship. Meanwhile, for the remaining of the top 7 will have to go through the SEA play-ins once again.
I find it really interesting that we call it the country finals because we have 3 countries here, so it's countries final.
So national finals, does that ring up any better though?
Yeah. Not at all.
Not at all. It sounds like a government thing, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit tacky, if you ask me. It feels like we're already playing a regional finals of our own.
True.
You know, like we have one representative from Singapore as well as PH. But, of course, speaking of which, we're going to be having an interview with Tabah NSEA. So let's hear it from the guys and see what they've got. And please welcome on board Tabah NSEA's very own manager. It's great to have you here, and congratulations to your team. You guys got the chicken dinner here inside of Erangel. And how's everyone feeling right now?
Everyone was feeling great because we've been wanting chicken so bad. So I think this is a great start for us.
Awesome.
I've got a question. So, Tabah NSEA, Sosnovka military base, that was your home ground. What was the mood in the room, what was the mood in the room during that first circle when it closed down with South?
When the first circle closed down, they feel really, really pressured because I don't know how, but they are the one who handling the device. So I think they handle it so well.
Yeah, they did. And of course, you guys been waiting for this chicken dinner to happen. And a lot of these teams also notice, like, you guys have a great history of track record where even without the chicken dinners, there's consistency level with high elimination, high ranking points to book those rounds. You guys even qualified for SEA games before. So now I want to hear from you as well, like your target for the entire squad. Like, how far are you guys looking at? Are you guys also chasing in the MGC points? And also the hopefuls of SEA Grand Finals. So what's your target for now?
For us, for Tabah NSEA, we are targeting the PMGC, but for now, we are not focusing more on the PMGC, but we are focused on the PMPLC. So I think that should be our target first.
That's great, because like there's so many things to consider about, and we take it one step at a time. So yeah, Keith, any more questions?
Yeah, I've got one. So it's looking almost certain right now that Tabah NSEA is going to go into the country final, especially with this. I mean, they've been pretty much consistent. I'd say they'll make it into the top 16 for sure, right? Is there a team who Tabah NSEA see as a threat in the PMPL MYSGPH?
For us, I think it will be 4 to 5 teams, but the obvious one is I think 4Rival and GEEK because they are really strong.
Of course, respect given where it's due overall, but Tabah NSEA, you guys are looking for novel as well, so I hope that by those weeks when we get ourselves nearer to the grand finals, you will be in that prime form to take everyone else out of the competition and take that trophy home. So, Tabah NSEA, is there any words to the fans out there that you want to relay to that's been supporting you guys since the start of the season?
Just wanting to say thank you for all supporters and just keep on supporting us till the end. And that's it.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, there's still more games to play out, so we don't want to hold you for too long. So thank you for the interview.
Bye-bye. Very humble, down to earth. I honestly, this is the first time I'm seeing the manager. I was so afraid because I thought it's going to be someone so stern because, I mean, they are national athletes after all. Comes out, the manager was just like as cool as a beans.
Yeah, and you can still hear like the answers are really firm. Like, that's what it takes to be a manager. Like, you got to be firm to the boys as well, understand the expectations, and there wasn't, say, one team that they were just
4 to 5.
keeping an eye out on. 4 to 5.
Obviously,
that list is long.
They gave us the most obvious, which was GEEK Fam, but 4Rivals coming in second. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Hey,
that 4Rivals...
to be fair, you look at the charts out there, like 4Rivals have been rising up.
For us, because we know 4Rivals since even the previous season, and we know them to be strong, right?
Yeah.
But for people who's just like tuning in, I don't think that week 1 was any good, and then comes in week number 2, they were subpar, maybe top 5, but nothing too
you
scary.
You have very high expectations.
Because we've seen how crazy they are. I've seen how crazy they are in the first season of this year, so I know what they're really made of. And trust me, what you're seeing right now is barely the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, and of course, everyone is basically chasing into their prime form, and Tabah NSEA conquered that match in an outstanding number. So this puts them into a really comfortable position, at least for now, right? Like the weekdays still is far from over, and we still have so many more matches leading up to the weekend to see who gets to play the extra map of Livik for those points. So with that being said, I guess that we do have a little bit more time for us before we go in for the next game. So what do we talk about here?
Well, we can talk about the previous match. That's always a default we can get into. Let's see what do we have here. How does that chicken dinner come to fruition? Obviously, from the first circle itself, I wanted to know what the mood was happening in there. Obviously, if I was a Tabah NSEA member, I'd be real happy. I don't have to leave the islands for too soon. And comes the second circle, and you realize, hey, it's majority playing over in Sosnovka itself. This is our turf, this is our home ground. We are first movers. We have every advantage in the world to reposition themselves. However, the circle did, well, trick a bunch of the players, especially when it goes into this 50% land, 50% water split. You can tell that the rest of Geeks and the rest of the other teams are banking their way towards the ledge, or at least by the hills, or whatever you call it, the cliff of Sosnovka themselves.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was a scam. Gets pulled out. HYVE, obviously the ultimate victim here, thinking that it might just close onto waters, but it did not, and so pulled back in onto land, and immediately they had to position themselves right in the center.
If you notice, the top 2 teams were actually teams with compounds to work with, and everybody else was running out in the open, and that gives them a little bit more leverage that they could defend themselves from attacks that's being launched against them. Meanwhile, you see, SMG was stuck in the middle of everybody else, and that's where Yuhai took the chance, cracked that grenade into the shack, and gone is SMG. So
blink of an eye.
It's the second time, third time, I lost count.
SMG, they just find themselves in shack, but I think they should take a book from your play here. As you said, don't put too much eggs in one basket. Like how Bosskurr, when they take sheds, they maybe send one member using the sheds, because let's be honest, shed has some value. It is cover after all. And maybe you deploy one member there, the rest of them play around some other tree lines or some natural covers. Just don't ever cluster up the small room that is the shed.
Yeah, and overall, we see Tabah NSEA have such a nice lineup over on top of those hills where they were taking down members of Bosskurr. Meanwhile, RG attempting a little bit of a wide flank. We saw Kim on the far end, and then later on they have to move up those hills down to a 2 versus 2 that was very, very close to the comforts of Tabah NSEA. So it's a little bit of a rough run, but Tabah NSEA, they have weathered the storm by the seas, and they will definitely claim this chicken dinner by the end of it all. So we're going to be moving over to new maps now. So Miramar is where we're going to be at. But before that, we have to thank our dear partners that have been here along with our ride.
Yep, it's called the Realme GT Neo 3 Neo Speed Awakens. And if you get the Neo reference, then you're probably at our age and has stayed alive to watch The Matrix. But you have to catch this phone out, because just like The Matrix, this one is unbelievable. Coming in with dual chipset, one dedicated for display. It's called the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G, and well, it promises you a lot of things that is out of this world, such as power efficiency on top of good graphics, on top of a seamless and immersive experience.
That's right, and of course, you can get free data to play PUBG Mobile the whole day, or even the whole month, the whole year, without being charged. And that's also thanks to Yoodo, our official digital telco partners.
Yeah, and also if you have the time in a day, which I believe you do, nobody really sleeps too soon here. And now in 2022, we spend our times going through social media, and well, PUBG Mobile has got a TikTok for you to follow on. So if you're over tonight, after the whole match is wrapped up and you're in your comforts just scrolling through, just remember PUBG Mobile. It's PUBG Mobile official MY for Malaysian, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for the Singapore side, PUBG Mobile official PH for the Filipino side out there. And we know Filipinos and the trends of TikTok, it's always viral, just like the Optimus Prime.
Can you do that again?
No, I'd rather not. I felt stupid right after.
Anyways, we'll give him a little bit of a break here. So it's just a few minutes. We'll see you guys shortly.
Benda lembik gila. Tak nak aku. Nak aku.
Hai, saya Adik. Saya Ham.
Wih.
Asal rambut Kim ada kat sini?
Debu. Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak?
Janganlah. Oh, so? Okey, kau dulu. Ui, panas. Ui.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu.
Ya, kau.
Benda weh. Atas dulu. Dah tahu lah.
Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda ni?
Apa tu? Lembik gila.
Okey. Okey. Geli sikit ni. Nak try yang ni lah.
Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
bau kari tadi.
Tiga warna kot.
Warna naga. Hamster.
Sabun.
I think kura-kura. Nanas. Kaki ayam tangan ayam
Oh, nenas.
Kaki ayam. Sini boleh. Nanas bongok.
Okey, dah habis dah sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini. So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please.
Neo speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
We're back and ready to rock and roll here in 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's Contra and Keith, your casters for the entire weekdays. And on the weekends, we'll finally have Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud coming back online here to join you guys.
Oh, thank God. We get some break. we get to be the viewers for once. Oh.
That's right. And of course, the show's not over yet, Keith. Oh, time to celebrate. So we definitely do have 2 more matches to go, and that's going to be inside of Miramar. And we will see who else will catch up to Bosskurr, because they are on the stormy ride into the top end of the podium. And yet again, they have been able to keep consistency here throughout the rest of the run. And HYVE still remains as the person to deal the most damage 2 maps in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, it is Team Bosskurr. It has to be them, because this is so far being their hype train to tell their own story, right? They've gotten 2 chicken dinners yesterday. Right now, I think, is this the second one today? No. First? Second?
Feels like a second.
Feels like a second.
It is the second.
Right? So Bosskurr is just like, I mean, they didn't get a second chicken dinner, but they went into the top 3. It felt like they did. Yeah, just like when GEEK fam just performed absolutely phenomenal. We thought they got them the chicken dinner, but we digress. They played well, and Bosskurr right now increasing the lead. They have to still keep at it though, because GEEK fam only 20 points away, still remaining from previously, but it's not too comfortable, especially with more games left to be played today, tomorrow, and over the weekends.
That's right, and now Group A takes a break, so we won't have HomeBois, Team Bosskurr, nor Team Hot, as well as Team Secret, not playing inside this matchup. So one of the top few teams of Miramar is going to be shelved out. That also means that we have 4 rivals here back on track alongside with Sem9 to play this one out against GEEK fam as well as Genexus. So now on this list here, let's take a look at what these numbers are. 22K being done by Sem9. The one that could match up those numbers are currently 4Rivals with 20K.
And 4Rivals is the one team I said, if we have 2 Miramar maps in a day, one of it is going to belong to 4Rivals. And yesterday they've proven it. 4Rivals did get the chicken dinner on one of the Miramar maps, and right now looking to climb their way back into at least, you know, number 1, maybe take it over from the likes of Sem9 with just sheer consistency. Though that is the requirement. They have to be consistent, because a couple of good games here and there won't make a difference.
Indeed, it will be, and we see one chicken dinner for even somewhere in the middle pack or even bottom will give them a lifeline to play. And of course, while you're playing a lot of PUBG Mobile, you could definitely invest yourself on this Bramble Overlord set that definitely looks banking cool.
Banking cool, well, quite literally. Take a look at the right-hand side. Someone's just being bonded up, reaching towards somewhat of a route here. And yeah, you can see, just tell by the visuals itself, it looks pretty darn romantic, if I might say so myself. So go get yourself a Bramble Overlord set and flex it out among community of similar mindsets over at the PMPL and PMCT on-ground watch party, with the next one happening over the weekend at Ipoh Parade Perak. So if you're over the area, just drop by and, you know, spend some time with your own peeps. And if you are willing to take a flight across into Borneo, I know a lot of people from the West has not been there. There's not much to look at besides sandy white beaches, but hey,
that
there's
sounds
PUBG
great.
Mobile now. There's PUBG Mobile, which you can look forward to.
That's right, Surya Sabah. And now, if you want to pay a visit to Desert Dunes inside of Miramar, I think the Mummy set definitely fits perfectly. But you can basically play this limited time game mode, and on top of that, limited time favorites on sale, where you can just basically grab this set and start chasing people and turn them to mummies too.
Turn them into mummies.
Yeah.
What if it was a man who gets wrapped up with that papyrus cloth? Does that not make them daddies? How does this work here?
I don't know. Sounds like a portable diaper to me, if you ask me. Overall, put that aside. I don't want to distract you too much. Prediction time, and lo and behold, still rolling in for Genexus to seal the deal, because they don't look so fine for day 1. Day 2, not so much either.
Pretty rough, and I think Genexus just needs like one good game to maybe turn the tides around. But I will instead, well, risk a prediction onto Miramar, because onto 4Rivals, because it is a map of Miramar, and I think either one of these Miramar is going to be a triumph with the likes of the Green Demons themselves, 4Rivals. But I guess time will tell if I'm proven right or wrong.
That's right, and 4Rivals, I think this is a really safe team to root for, especially inside of Miramar. They managed to close out games yesterday, and today I believe they will be able to do the same, which we saw today with 4Rivals really picking up a storm in the early matches out there. So who's to say that they will be denied again at number 2? But man, I'm rooting for Genexus, and because I believe that there's still that fire burning inside them, and they're not willing to take more losses from here on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the attitude they kind of have to adapt, right? The sense of urgency needs to be there, because I don't think they have the luxury in the world to keep letting games slip out of their hands, because I think after they overtook GEEK Fam with the PMGC points, now GEEK Fam has most definitely overtaken them in day 2, or even maybe in day 1 itself. It was questionable there. And so Genexus, if they're really planning to make their way all the way up, then they have to start sooner than later.
That's true. And with that being said, we're going to have our match on our way, as we are going to be preparing ourselves for this flight. Miramar definitely has so much of opportunities to offer out there. I'm saying jobs in these cities, because these cities usually look dilapidated. Maybe they could easily be gladiators, because there's always an arena inside of El Pozo, in Picado as well. And I believe around the Terra Branca area there is a little bit more of a stadium too. But of course, this is the showdown, which I'm running off course. So take me back on track, Keith.
Well, I mean, if you want to ride off the whole gladiator concept. I would even suggest that maybe a round where everyone just collectively forego their guns, start picking up pans, or start punching each other in
That
close
should
proximity.
be a brand new game mode for Livik, you know, like...
Or
make
maybe
it
a different
fair.
game mode where it's just like 1 by 1. You know, you don't... The map size is just 1 cube by 1 cube. Because the Miramar is a bit too big, and now we're going to take a flight across this huge valley that is nothing but sand. Very salty one at that, right next to the sea itself.
Nobody asked you to lick it.
You gotta lick to experience, you know?
Okay.
Taste buds is part of the essential experience in life.
It is true.
So like food's a culture.
Certain things are not meant to be tasted, though, Key. But
Well,
then again,
cyanide.
I'll respect that. I'll respect what you like to taste. But here we are. We start off from the south side near Porto Paraiso, heading into Monte Nivo. Direct drop for Genexus. So, Axis, they're going into the 4,000 end. Los Egos probably will be their drop spot here. MAB also following suit. But MAB, they have a few scattered members hoping to land into the outskirts of Lost Leo. Meanwhile, SMG as well as Dingoz, they like to drop here too. So I'm not too certain if that's going to be any sort of instances where they will lock horns very early. DBD into Chumacero, while Tabah NSEA, who have just won the previous match, will be floating in to secure Valdemar.
Yeah, Tabah NSEA, they're trying to pull off their stunt again, and we've seen how close they've gotten with the similar patterns, but this time round, again, it seems to circle this southwestern side of the map. Chumacero seems to be the place of contention for the time being, and it's GEEK fam who has to make their way.
And this is going to be an interesting circle. I've been waiting for this one for quite some time as well, because I've said it before that those valleys, those hills in between Chumacero is one of the most dangerous places to play for most squads. And considering for the fact that some teams are going as far as La Cabrera to loot up, it's going to be taking a lot of time. M10K takes out a very rare weapon, the crossbow in hand. The moment he gets subbed in, Nasty will be the one that will be taking a break. And MUGEN, you know, really showing some strides here on week number 3. Now at currently 14. A little bit more points. They could even match up to Dingoz. And, you know, with all those sort of aggressiveness that they've tried and tested, it's just convincing me that this is by far the best representative of Singapore that we're seeing for this season.
I mean, the fact that you can wipe out Sam9, that's telling enough. I mean, I'm still stuck on that story. However, MUGEN, not just Sam9, a bunch of other names, they have been able to do so. I believe 4 Rivals was one of those who actually fell into the hands
First
of
week,
MUGEN.
maybe even Genexus as well.
Yeah. So this team, if I guess it goes down, it's easier said than done, but maybe if they played a bit more confidently in themselves, they could actually do damage. Or at least put up a very, very strong fight here. Same can be said with Crit VIP, who has turned into the more aggressive team in the last week. I mean, this 3rd week so far.
That's right. As we take a look at the damage charts here, Lung has been able to do a whole lot more. And Crit VIP, they just secured those vehicles, and they're about to basically run all around. We see a little bit of a recap of a replay, coming in with an early takedown onto Brian. Interesting is they both basically fought by those compounds, perhaps trying to fight for a vehicle, but not getting any in the way. VIP with a head start there. I believe that should be the first blood for Examzi, who once upon a time was the Terminator, all-time highest record of Terminators. Probably still within the top 5, top 10 ratio, if you consider that he's been playing since Season 1, and there's just no stopping this guy. But then again, after a little bit changes to the Crit VIP squad, maybe he takes on a very different role that he's not getting back into his prime form. But prime form Examzi looks exactly like what Yuhai does in some of these matches.
If that was true, that we gotta get that man back, because right now it's looking like a night and day contrast between what he was able to do with the team for the past few seasons. They need an absolute overhaul. That's my call right there. I'm not sure if I'm in any right position to say so, but I feel like the team needs an overhaul. I give them credits where it's due. Their loyalty towards each other, they're banded like thieves. But to a certain, to a certain level, I think you got to change up the dynamics here, since the meta has changed as well drastically.
I do think that the changes here are healthy for Crit VIP overall as compared to, the inconsistency that previously EVOS VIP had. And now at least they're on a more stable note. And with the addition of Chillrex into the roster, it instills some disciplines. And perhaps what they need now is higher confidence, because we saw yesterday when they were taking fights, they looked like they could win everybody else, including GEEK fam.
Yeah, they could. And that's why I said, like, week number 3, they're coming in as the aggressors, and it's been paying off for them. And they should have done that since week 1. In fact, they should have been doing that since last season.
They did do that last season for a couple of times until...
No, they didn't. It was always them trying to make their way as close into the circle as possible.
Sorry, 2 seasons ago. 2 seasons ago.
That's a different
ago was where, man, they look like their championship material team. But of course, during grand finals is where they slide off from their usual form. That was when Luxy was still playing in the team.
Yeah, I remember.
Where do we see Luxy 98 now? Sadly. Quite an interesting character, and quite the leader he is. Oh! Speaking of leads, there, it's Lats being shot at the vehicles instead.
Yeah, it blew up right in front of Syed's eyes. So a little bit of a bad blood there. Like, hey, you couldn't even give me one vehicle to get away. I wasn't even pushing onto your compound.
Yeah.
Well, this is Miramar. You don't get freebies, especially when it's this wide open. People are going to make sure that you don't get the first drop on them. But hit now under fire, though, because Calamity Cat's one. That's one member of SMG. And a huge punishment at that.
That's true. MAB at least get a little bit more of a refract, and they will storm right through. And is played with fire, and he is about to get burned by lead.
By lead. I'm sure it stings.
Yeah, just like my foot. Still painful. Take care of your health, guys. Like, I mean...
now he's saying it. To take his word for it. He's walking on crutches now.
Yeah. So it definitely isn't fun to have gout. Of course, you got to watch your diet from time to time. But these guys, they don't mind if they get the gout by taking too much chicken dinner.
I mean, they get rewarded for it.
Yeah. With dollars.
Yeah.
Lots of dollars.
There's more chicken where that came
that
from.
Can cure you even if you have gout, man. Like, give me a chunk of that 150K and I'm going to be happy.
Back in the days, I don't know if you knew about this fact, but gout was seen as a status.
A status?
Yep.
Meaning to say that if you have it, you're like...
a wealthy man.
Really?
Yeah, because back in the medieval days, only the wealthy could eat meat. And so the kings all have gout.
Interesting. Very interesting. So, should I be proud of myself?
No.
I don't think
we don't work with that anymore.
We don't reward ourselves for our own mishap. Okay? So, here goes. The shift of the circle, where does it bring us to? It could still move into the top. And yes, it will. The Genexus is now somewhere towards the middle, just by the edges of Ladriella. Meanwhile, 7-9 is going to be exactly the same. Power grid being cleared up, though. So does that mean that Genexus can take over? Seems like they're driving towards that direction. Meanwhile, Farang moving across Picado, standing a chance here, is the rest of Crit VIP. I believe they should be already inside the circle, so they don't really have to move all too much. So I want to ask you this. Which team do you think has the best gaming house? Is it MAB? Because I remember...
I've seen the tour, but I have to retract a little bit because you know that the gamers there are second priority. The whole house, it's a shared one with the traders, and I think priority goes to the traders themselves.
Traders?
Yeah, like stock exchange traders, stock traders.
Oh, so that's what it's being used for?
Yeah, but they're doing it for, you know, currencies that are, well, I will not mention.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. It's okay. I mean, like, we're here for games. We're not here to count what kind of dollars they exchange.
Right. So I would have to retract that because it's a shared thing. So I think second to that, maybe, I think the RSG's house is honestly pretty lit.
Yeah?
Or, yeah, RSG.
I used to live in it.
Do tell your story.
I mean, they shifted a couple of houses now. I don't know if it's just as nice. I mean, only the best for the top dogs out there, right?
Yeah.
So, overall, I think like Geek Fam, they also do have a really huge house, also shared with the rest of the game title players that also play under the same banner. Other than that, I mean, not every single player gets that luxury of sharing a gaming house overall, because when we take a look at that, like, it is a little bit costly to run an organization and having all these costs and stuff like that.
Actually, when I think about it, it's not really, though.
It's not too costly, but then again, it's still a cost.
Sure, but everything's a cost. Surviving is a cost. Eating is a cost, right? But is it worth it? I think it is, because if you're venturing into esports and you just have like a lot of money lying around, esports is a good way to go because you're creating a brand. That's for one, which you can leverage off to selling merchandise or whatnot, and maybe create influencers themselves. Or, wait, hold that thought. Speaking of about influencers, Voki looking like he might get shot down.
But he's going to survive for now. Yoodo Alliance now tagging onto Jenny. One more bullet will do the trick. He's going to squeeze it right through. Doesn't seem like he could move out of that one.
And back to my thought.
Yeah.
So if you have a lot of money lying around, getting a gaming house is somewhat of an investment because it is property after all, and that's only going to appreciate. So you're just going to have a property bought on, just put a couple of talented individuals inside, and let them play.
Play their hearts out, and that's going to be their safe haven.
You pay them a salary, they're building you a brand, which pays back in terms of marketing value. And it is what it is, man.
A little bit of education for those who wonder how the esports life is like. And Boy goes in to secure 1 pointer each. Voki now getting taken down, and it's going to be Damarid coming from afar with DMR. The Mini 14 from top the hills inside of Monte Nevo. Wow. Quite the long shot, I must say. As the circle brings everybody back towards the corners of Picado, there's bound to be a lot of fights that will happen around this area. But with this sort of shift, I think that the biggest factors here are FRG as well as RSG, because there's a lot of room for them to play out. Meanwhile, everybody on the south side are just clumped up, as there's about to be a lot of fights happening just above Chimachera.
I mean, it's about time too. I believe we're in 13 minutes now, so this is where things get a bit more dicey for most of the teams. Genexus actually gatekeeping the likes of Tabah NSEA. The rotation has been made, so Loyu's in the area to try and defend, but the movement, because Genexus actually rotated into address NC, Geek Fam, straight path through. No contention, and they might be the one gatekeeping Genexus.
That's right, and it's going to be a really tough rotation for most of these players out there. Forfro finds himself at AWM. Oh, we definitely do miss this weapon overall, Forfro. Hoping to pop heads. And, you know, since we have a little bit of time here, going back to that story, I think my ideal setup, if ever, say, I find $1,000, I mean, $1 million.
$1 million, yeah.
$1 million to run a team. I'd rather make a gaming office instead of a gaming house, because that's where they treat this seriously. Right?
That's true.
That's a different approach.
But you pay for convenience, though.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be happy sleeping in an office where people frequent by.
That's right.
Yeah.
But here goes a little bit more of a tussle between the two teams. NC as well as MAB. They've locked cons before inside of angle, and they do it again. Rush now, getting taken down. Luyu getting a pick onto Frankie as well. That's a little bit of distance, but he will try to stack up this point. One more tap will do. Luyu, can he get it though? Oh man, doesn't seem like he could claim it, but he will, at least with the final few touches.
MAB will still be in the game. Oh, I don't think they lose a single member there. They can still go in with the pickup, although he is in the blue. Thinking in a little bit right now, but man, Flax OP being all flexible, it seems, can still play against the pressure despite falling out and actually trading that one. He saw the grenade being tossed on forward onto his general vicinity, but nothing too lethal as of yet. And Yen, he has to go in for the revive.
Oh boy, Xamsi catches out 4th row, even though he has that AWM.
Oh.
I really do wonder how. And that's what I was talking about, like Xamsi being a very sharp shooter. And yeah, Yen now having that pick up, it becomes a 2v1 once again for DBD. Hiding inside of the smokes for quite some time now. Flax opting to press on. He still has his vehicle working, so that engine will run. I understand now. 4th row, he tried to move into the compound, but that will be an easy pickup for the side of Crit VIP. Yuhan now getting some taps over on his corner. Luyu once again gets another pickup against Echo. DBD under fire.
Yep, they are finally making their way into circle, which means Genexus now pushes DBD, and they push them hard here. Thankfully for DBD, they did take out Tabah NSEA's Flax OP, which means they can divide their attention or allocate them towards handling Genexus, but it is Genexus after all. So you need every members you can get. Meanwhile, Yuhai spraying down 4 rivals, already take 1 member, might look to get another one here. More nades from Lung, takes down DBD. HYVE to fall on with.
Whoa, Genexus really hitting hard onto HYVE International as well. There's a lot of names out there being crossed off. Now, Appy tries to fight right back. Losing 2 much early on. Razor now will be his main primary target. Vehicle now being broken, stuck in between. But then again, they're already inside the circle. They just have to really play a proning game, as Crit VIP has a really interesting spread into 4 different directions they look at. And it's going to be hard for recovery if any of the members get knocked out. Now Circle will move right back into the hillside, closer to Jomachera.
They're by the crossroads here, and you know what they say about the devils in the crossroads. I don't know what they say because I didn't do that deal with the devil, but that will be happening right now. I think there's going to be a bloodbath sooner than later. Genexus has to face up against HYVE, which they've taken down 2 members, I think. They have DBD up front, so they have gotten their hands tied for the time being. But those 2 other teams that I mentioned, they're not so comfortable as well, seeing as though they might just be victims of sandwiches in this tight circle. So Luyu already got the mark onto 1 member of HYVE. It's Vigor. Just looking to go in with a confirmed kill before GEEK actually comes in, though.
Oh, great spot on a site over onto Damroot. And there's just 1 player right beneath Luyu who's not making a move. And that's going to be HYVE International trying to claim that territory quietly. But things aren't so quiet for Crit VIP, though. Nades are now being primed towards the direction of RSG. They all avoid that grenade. And maybe they should move away from here, but they will have to press on the attack. Now seeking out Somnus, he just gets a glimpse now inside of the smoke. Not even trying to spray right back. 1 tag coming in from Sem9. And now they're sandwiched in between. Not a good news for RSG, who finished 2nd much early on.
Yeah, look at Crit VIP. This is an insane spread immediately coming from the flank side. They didn't see him. He was crawling his way to get this position. Gets the 1 knock immediately. The rest of Crit VIP, Insomnus in position to come in to help his allies with the flank. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Farang Guerilla's up against Yoodo Alliance. It seems like any one of these 2 will bow out. Dingoz coming in as the 3rd party. Looking to clean here through the windows. Adik Luke. Oh, he spots 1 out. He knows he saw a little grenade goes through the cubby hole. And well, he will identify the threat.
They're both outside of the play zone, though. It's not going to look all too good. They're not willing to take an exit for now. Helton, just by the edge of it. And he's going to try to keep himself safe so long as he can. But he's only got 15 seconds before this blue zone depletes. So time is of the essence. Grenades slop right in. Rex trades back. They managed to find Insomnus there. One member down out of Crit VIP. And they're still marking on to Sam Z. Gets that knock. It's going to be Yuhai from the back. And now trouble lies ahead of Crit members out there. No way to save either Razor or even Examzi.
Meanwhile, GEEK fam still playing in the map here. Ooh, just dangling with death there. But he will get his health back up. He does have a med kit. GEEK fam, 5 kills already. Still in the game. Genexus as well. All 4 members looking to contest for that chicken dinner again. Yuhai has got eyes on members of Crit VIP, and I think he will tap one down. XMZ is next under crosshair, and that should be it. Or is there?
Oh, it's Kim that actually claims the point instead of Yuhai. All that hard work for nothing, they say. And Olio, the moment he pops right downwards, harm gets in the way. 5 nations coming in for MAB Esports. That's going to be a huge nade. Clipping onto 2. Same goes to Adik Luke, soaking a little bit more damage, but the smoke is subsiding. They have to press on, push through. Helton, he might be the difference maker here for our Yoodo Alliance, but he's outside of the play zone here. He has to move right in, and he gets spotted out instead. Quick work coming from Lord Harm.
Crit VIP now devoured out, but now Sam9 looking like they might just join the brothers in the grave here as another member drops down. Only 2 more left to play. Dap is there to come in with some fire, some cover fire to maybe negate some of the threat, but it is Yoodo Alliance who failed to do so and will be the ones eliminated. 5 kills so far for Sam9.
Oh boy. Axis still holding on with 4 members out there. RSG still getting sprayed even on the outskirts. Nowhere seems to be safe. There's going to be the high ground advantage coming in. And GEEK fam, they're still by the edges of it all. So 2 members have to be let go. Riv tries to book it out alive. And he's driving towards the direction where Sem9 is at. Out in the open fields, DBD will have to make their way across the street. And this highway might send some of them to hell.
GEEK fam, though, playing a little bit brave here, seeing as though that they have majority of the circle going down their favor. They have control on this map. It's Genexus who tries to crash onto the likes of GEEK fam, but takes down members right now, falling like flies. Genexus only have 3 to play around with. 1 out of commission, needs to get picked up.
Oh boy, Lung now needing a little bit of helping hand. They will try to break that vehicle. Biu trying to give a little bit of assistance. Both of them being knocked down as well. Now it's only down to Captain Biu, and it's all due to Ziggs. Oh, actually, it's Biu that gets knocked out when he tries to get in the vehicle. Sharp shots coming in. Southboy tries to save the day, but it's going to be a GEEK fam victory. And they will now secure 9 total points and takes out Genexus, settling for 6.
This is just going good for GEEK fam. This is exactly what they needed to actually come out ahead. And they know that Genexus is the closest threat towards chasing them in the PMGC points. And they eliminated the right team. And they will further on play this map to maybe exacerbate the lead that they've currently built.
Exacerbate.
Yeah.
Fancy words out there, my friend. Katam Susu, though, not so fancy with movement, but he tries to survive. Will be picked off instead. Axis Rate 1 on strike, but it didn't really catch onto members of Sem9. Now, Adams try to leave 1 member out there. Still pulling on the ground. Dep can still play this one out. Dep's also getting shot from the back. 4 rivals picks him off. And it's only down to Pamburu. He hasn't got a kill yet. That could be his first. Now that there's shots towards his direction, he needs to be careful because Yuhai is now hunting out.
Imagine if 4 rivals clutch this one out. Actually getting chicken dinner. That would be amazing.
It definitely will be amazing, but not time yet.
And yeah, it's
no
well,
points.
as we said it, cursed him and he will fall, and Yuhai maybe will fall on too. Because Adams already has him by the crosshair here. Ooh, spots the head out, but not hitting the mark. Micah, can he roll over the right person? He will. That's roadkill right there.
That's getting squad, and that's a painful way to go out. But Sem9 at least finishes on top 3. GEEK fam now will cover every corner where DBD is currently hiding. DBD trying to fend them off, but it's only down to one member left. And how long can they hide? Because the Geeks are coming for them. Once a Geek, always a fam. And Yen cannot outlast them overall. And Geek Fam comes up with a huge victory.
You know what they say about the Geeks. They rule the world, and in this map of Miramar, they definitely did here. Taking home that chicken dinner and a wafty. 15 kills. This team, who the heck? Who is beating this team? They are just insane again. They are out of this world, and all thanks to the alien brought over. I think that technology is a bit too hard to handle.
That's right, 30 points there should be able to give them chase against Steve Bosskurr, who was at the top. So let's see whether if that is actually enough, because Bosskurr, they held their own too. But then again, they're not in this group.
Yeah.
So with them taking that break, everyone wish that Geek Fam's not playing right now. So Geek Fam, once again, they are on fire.
The fact that Bosskurr didn't play this map means now Bosskurr trails behind. I remember they were both 75 even on the dot at their points. And now here comes, Bosskurr was 116, the first team to hit the triple digit.
That's right.
And so, they might, okay, we'll just figure out when they do get the grab. Well, I was trying to do quick math here, but I realized that's why I'm here talking and not actually on a desk counting numbers.
Do you need like a tiny abacus or something? Abacus?
No, I'm not abacus trained.
Same. So that's why we don't do math here. We'll just wait for the producers while we pick out all these highlights. Where we saw a lot of all these prolific moves coming out of the squads out there. VIP this time really stretching it out with their members late into many corners of the map. And that was also them taking the short end of the stick by the end of it, because one gets knocked, it's a domino effect.
Yeah, and it's a very great effort from them, right? Like, although they only bow out with like 4 kills, that's more than what they would have gotten in their usual playstyle playing the passive aggressive team, right? They always bow out in like, I don't know, top 10 position, maybe even 12-13 with 0 kills. But with their aggression, they're getting 4, and maybe they're still out in top 5. And so I think that's something to look at. Crit VIP, if you're going back to the drawing board, try and explore more of this.
That's right, and they definitely have used so many of all these grenades to really flush out many of all these teams. 21 frags, you're telling me. Everyone else has only got like, what, 4, 3, 2-ish. But that moment when Genexus crashed in is where Geek Fam was on high alert, and they're pretty much wild up because they take down Genexus and they know, okay, this round is gonna work much easier than we think it will be at right after.
Now here we go, the champs of the champs right now. The most performing team in the PMPL MYSGPH. It is Geek Fam. 15 eliminations, 15 ranking points. It's a full 30. Only one more elimination, and they'll probably match up against their record high 31 total points over in Erangel. But this time around, doing it over in Miramar. Sam9 did absolutely perfect as well, 18 points. DBD coming in with 14.
That's right, and oh my word, it's Hammer here with a perfect 900 damage. You add another 0, it's over 9,000. But yeah, 3.5 MVP points acquired from this run. 4 elimination points, 25% of contribution, meaning to say everybody's basically hitting 4 pointers to 5 pointers each.
I mean, it is Geek Fam. I'm not surprised. There is no weak link, and I think the interview that we had against with their boss, their manager, it tells true, because Damroot, he handpicked and cherry-picked these players based on the flaws of the previous season, and right now they're looking like not a single weak link in the team right now. Number 1 spot, 123 total points.
123, and we're also seeing Bosskurr being pushed down. 7-9 now ties the point here with Axis Rate 1, and 4 Rivals is only 1 point behind at top 5, so it's definitely looking relatively interesting overall, because anywhere from 3rd to 6th could interchange. Tabah NSEA with 71, 66 for Crit VIP, now slides down to 7th. 60 for DVD, Team Secret with 51, tied with RSG. Meanwhile, we see 4 teams with 40 over points. Genexus at least moves back up to 11, but there's still more work to be done here.
Definitely more work indeed. It's grind time for some of them here, especially Genexus, who was trying their best to make it all the way up to the top, get those PMGC points, which, let's be honest, is the ultimate prize in this tournament alone, because going all over to the world stage, it brings so much value to the brand, so much highlights or eyeballs towards the experience, the players, not to mention the experience they gain, and not to mention the prize pool at stake.
That's a lot of money out there to be taken into consideration. So everyone's definitely fully focused on performance out there. Just don't get too green-eyed, because if you want to get more greens, go into the PMGC. That's where the big money's at overall. Yeah. There's so much in store. If you guys are into esports and aspiring to become the next superstar of PUBG Mobile, train hard, but of course don't neglect all your responsibilities like studies and, you know, people back at home and loved ones to take care of them as well. So who knows? You might just be joining GEEK Fam one day or another, or even some of all these big teams like Team Secret. The list goes on.
Which is healthy, right? You want to have, in Malaysia, they call it pelapis, or the filters. The people who's going to take after the likes of HYVE, because let's be honest, they can't do this one forever. They're going to either pivot their followings into maybe turn into an influencer, maybe start a brand of their own, and maybe start a business of their own, leveraging whatever they've built in their youth. And so someone has to step up to the plate and fill in that position, and that could be you. But of course, that all starts by having a gaming phone and a Yoodo SIM card to start the grind right early and right now.
That's right. Make the dare to leap, and you'll be able to basically be the one to hopefully be on the global stage. So, is it time for us to also talk to some victors here, or should it be the final game?
I think we'll save that for towards the end of the night here. We still have one more Miramar map to play, and we like to keep surprises all the way to the end because we love you guys, and that's why we like to keep you waiting. You know, it's called an edge. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the stats in the previous match here. And without further ado, decipher this. Okay, I would say that with my sort of analysis, it's based on the location that they've secured from phase 2 and 3 onwards, because as much as the Genexus have been looking mighty fine on the La Reala hill, the moment that they choose to push wasn't really sublime. So it goes down to GEEK Fam, how they've rotated from the outskirts, somewhat trolling the same exact move that Genexus have did, because they cut through Monte Nevo and then later on basically take out some of these players of Crit VIP, takes over that same exact spot, and then that's where the rest of the teams were basically fighting each other out, especially the ones over on the south side. There was just too much going on, but Genexus, they could choose 2 options here. Either run into DBD or run into GEEK Fam, but they took the highway instead, the shortest route into that area, which is definitely a good option. But the problem is, they're in such a defensive setup that it's hard for any members of GEEK Fam, Genexus, to take out GEEK Fam overall. So from the bird's eye view, from Buru, it looks like, okay, he's in the middle of it all, but then again, no cover whatsoever. We see HYVE taking him out. Meanwhile, what's really surprising to me is that Sem9 couldn't actually make it out alive, because they tried to move out, they lost their vehicles, and they had to battle against the rest of Axis Red 1, slipping by the edges there, and then it's out to DBD, the last one through the hills, to fight against GEEK Fam. Yeah, it's also Bomburu who was in position. I think he was the one who sprayed down some members of Sem9 on the flank side, or HYVE, someone coming in from the right side, that's for sure. So Sem9 with already HYVE taking out Dep, who was on top. Immediately they go in for the push. It was 1 member left. I think Putra was already on his knees when that one happened. They will clean that one up relatively easy, and they turn their fight onto the likes of DBD, which just based on the entirety of the spread that GEEK Fam has been able to accomplish in this circle, DBD finds themselves just, well, outnumbered, being surrounded. A wounded animal by the corner. And as much as they'd like to bite they really can't reach any of them, and so they will go down. GEEK fam, all members still engaged.
Exactly, and GEEK fam definitely knew how to wrap them all around, and like a little bit of a Christmas present to deliver to the audience out there that's been supporting them all the way throughout. So that wraps up the recap of what went on inside of the match with a little bit of breakdown. So GEEK fam now finally getting themselves that ticket dinner after a few hard run-ins from the previous matches. I believe that there's still one more for them to go. So let's see what will happen in the final map of Miramar coming up next. So is it time to take a break yet?
Not really. I think I don't have to use a washroom. Why are you feeling so?
Well,
okay.
I guess I'll allow you to get to the washroom, but hold it for a bit. We have to say goodbye for the moment, but few minutes time, we'll be right back.
Binabalik ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ay Yamsi na out by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Group, meron kang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, Yuhay. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap na face ng ating mga GEEK fam? Mantikap at tarkarapan na nga ito. Ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK fam at sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to
Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
Welcome back to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and it's Contract here alongside with Keith, and it's time for us to find out who will be the one to take home the final chicken dinner here on day 2, week 3. So far, GEEK fam is now back in their alien form, you say. Alien form.
They're astral touristic. What's the word? I don't know. How do you describe air?
Extraterrestrial?
There we go. So maybe that's what the act suit was all about.
Okay. Now you make a point here. I thought the act suit was more of like a mummy suit or something like that, but well, people have once theorized that back in the days in ancient Egypt is where there was aliens that helped them
aliens, yeah.
build those pyramids, and that's why they have this greatest civilization.
You know, there's another theory that alien actually looked like Yuhai himself. The same. Good-looking guy.
Good-looking guy.
Good-looking alien too, and that's why people get probed, and they allow it.
I'll be worried because no ladies will be interested in normal guys anymore.
Yeah, set the standards too high. You could even say it's, you know, sky high here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, of course, I have seen the first slide that was damn rude, and now Mika is the one with the high simulation from that previous round, with Luyu taking third place. If only the Nexus lasted a little bit longer on the fight, because if they did take out GEEK fam, that chicken dinner could have been theirs. And this is the final match of today, where we will see Group B sit out, so we won't be having GEEK fam. So they take a break, so they close it up on a high note. Now, with the bar being set, is it going to be Bosskurr? Is it going to be other teams that will be claiming this chicken dinner?
Yeah, I think some of the underdogs might actually have a shot at it. I'm feeling like, well, I mean, I'll save my predictions later, but I'm feeling like someone in Group D, the underdogs, will have a chance to get this chicken dinner.
Group D?
Yeah.
Okay. So
that did narrow things down. Half of that in a group is an underdog.
I'm thinking that you're going to be voting for MUGEN for the first time.
Oh.
Is that it?
Sounds like a good proposition. MUGEN did get close to his chicken dinner.
Indeed they do. And of course, prediction time. And before we go into predictions, of course, we got the 6 set that you could actually add up to your collection. And well, oh well. Bramble Overlord set, Chapter 3, Protecting the World Gate.
Every bass drop ever.
Directed by Michael Bay.
Go get yourself the Bramble Overlord set. I think we just ran out of means to sell it. It is a man with a whip. So if you don't want that, I don't know what could possibly interest you. But this is a real manly man thing here. Koenigsegg, actually, cars have been loved by women as well.
Yeah.
Especially hypercars. They think it's super sexy. So if you don't own one in real life, like I don't, this is the next best thing to do it. You do risk a little bit of catfish because you don't know who's at the other end impressed. But hey, it's a risk I'm willing to take.
That's right. And this is the exit that that is coming soon. As you could definitely check out the Ancient Secret Journey alongside with it. But you definitely want to ascend to the Prime Form Hero with the suit that you don't want to miss out on. So make sure you top out all the sort of RP and you'll be able to get yourself a lot more stuff.
extraterrestrial, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The X suit.
It gives you the X factor too.
Well, we'll see if it's going to help us in our predictions, though, because I think in this match, it's going to go DBD.
DBD, you call them an underdog? I don't think so.
They are an underdog.
I don't think so. Last week they did so well.
Yeah, but
this week they do.
But historically, they have zero history behind them. They're new badge, new
it's
logo.
Just a new rebranded name of Anti-Circle or RTK.
Who did do very well in previous
RTK,
seasons.
I would say. There was a season where RTK actually did extremely well because like Ziggs popped off.
Yeah.
There was also Izane in it.
Yeah, and they're all taken out of it. So what does that make this? A shell of its former self. Makes it an underdog.
Okay. Interesting way to put it. And Izane now in Team Secret is definitely enjoying his time there in the team. But of course, even for Team Secret, they have days where they didn't really get all too much done as well. But this week, at least, we've seen them actually getting chicken dinner, I do believe, and they've been able to get into certain standings. So I feel like Team Secret, they're just going to play for the later half of the week, and they still should be able to make it to the top 16 of the Grand Finals itself.
Yeah, for teams like Team Secret, they don't really care who's at number 1. They just want to make it into the top 16 because Grand Finals is probably where they can, you know, come in a bit more solid and make sure that they end up on top, because that is, after all, the de facto deciding factor. Only top 7 will move over to the C Championship. And so Team Secret, that's when it really matters the most, because everything, although you do get a little bit of bonus points, head start towards the country final accumulatively, but I don't think it's such a game breaker.
Yep, and speaking of which, I believe that it's time for us to look into the map once again, as we're going to start it off within 1 minute duration. So that circle itself is a little bit rough for most of all these players out there to play out. And GEEK Fam actually closed it out. Now without GEEK Fam here, it's a land of opportunities here in Miramar. And we're going to be seeing whether or not can teams like Four Rivals really claim it, just like how you predict early on, but you're calling it DBD this time.
Yep.
So DBD, they definitely have what it takes here to win.
I mean, it shouldn't be a shadow of a doubt now, because in the previous Miramar map, they did get 2nd place. So they were close too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they definitely had it, and riding off of good momentum, this could be their map.
And it definitely will be a little bit of a hurdle for them to take, so is everybody else. And of course, for those of you guys who are in here, here's our final match in Miramar for Day 2 of Week 3. You're currently watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH. This one starts off from the southern side, cuts across from prison itself, all the way into Campo Militar. This is by far the best flight for every team out there to reach wherever they need to be.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty much dead center here. I mean, sure, it could go up vertically a little bit, maybe cut through San Martin instead, but still, not much of a deal breaker here. Every team should be able to go to where they want to. Maybe questionable with HYVE International, since they like to go over in La Cabrera. But I think with the fact that GEEK Fam is currently absent, they could instead choose to go onto El Pozo or play somewhere closer down the line.
Yeah, and with that,
oh, Axis,
they're just dropping into the far corners of the map again. The safest way to go about, but if it goes up north, then I don't know, they just have to copy the playbook of Tabah NSEA, I guess.
This was the same drop they had when HYVE came in and wiped them out.
Yeah. It's like, when you are playing at the very corner of the map, it tells you one thing. You want to start off very passively. You're not ready for fights. And I guess Axis, they lost out because of that. Deldo, he's not the island boy. He's on the mainland. So at least he can scout out ahead and find a vehicle if they need to. As this circle does go up central north. So Quick VIP on a good position, at the very least, by the edge of water treatment. Has a few players out there in the Hacienda del Patron. Well, speaking of Chimacera, we have Zix here starting off with the Mini 14. As you can see that this is one of the favorite weapons of most of the long-range players because you can equip an extended mag, make it a 30 clip. The recoil ain't too bad as well. So long as you have long scopes, you can work wonders with it.
I mean, it goes down to the user, right? We've seen, who was that? Who shot with a mini Uzi from a far distance. I remember that scene happening. And he shot the mark.
Last season?
Yeah, last season. But who was the person shooting? Was it Damroot?
It might be Damroot, it might be Riff. Some of these guys out there really know how to work it out. But I believe there's also a little bit of nerf to the micro Uzi, which is one that you don't see it as frequently as before. And players rather go up close and personal with those DBS nowadays. Like, if you want to clear compounds really quick, it's an efficient weapon to do so. Bew, captain of Genexus, trying to get back into the usual form. Has an average of 1 elimination point per round. And of course, an average of 200 over damage. Same goes to HomeBois here, with some good stats going for him. Follow PUBG Mobile.esports.my. That's a lot of dots, so remember to put it in between those words. So you can basically catch everything that they've been doing behind the scenes. And also, if you do miss out, you know, one match or two in between the week, that's the easiest way that you could basically follow us with all this sort of action that we have here on the league.
And meanwhile, Axis now finds their way the furthest part of the islands. Well, I'd say the second island. A mini little ridge there, in which probably a man-made island that is. Over in Los Higos, they will play as a duo, and they'll have the time to loot for the entirety of this duration. But they're all spread apart, Axis. Kajang Susu is already someplace else.
Yeah, I guess like when you're playing far south, there's no other cities that's going to be located around you other than Los Leones. So there's ample of free space that you can cut across because Del, he was in the mainland. He has opened up a little bit more room. Therefore, it allows it to be a lot safer. Oh, I'm going to give him 50 points for that sort of drift. How many points will you give?
None. You know why? He should have done it on a Koenigsegg.
That's asking for too much, man.
Hey.
Koenigsegg on the desert, you're destroying the vehicle.
Of course, they don't last forever anyway. It's a hypercar.
But then again, it's the experience that lasts forever. So that is something that you don't want to miss because, you know, if you want to catch eyes upon you, that's one way to do it. So far, Team Hawk has been doing a lot of quick loots here and are already leaving Picado into the hills that they're about to book. Gonna be a prime location for them to play out from. Zuli now charges upwards, and I wonder where exactly will the final circle be because a lot of teams are aiming to be on the far northern end as compared to staying put, though they are already within that first phase of the circle.
That's a good question, and for that, I think I would love to see the map and where the circle might potentially close, but I guess that one's happening later on in the day. A bit too soon, maybe.
Give it 2 minutes. The circle's closing up.
Yeah, I'll wait the 2 minutes. Keep that a surprise. Meanwhile, for VIP, impatient, but they get what they want. A kill. At the very least, not secured just yet, but now Razor finds himself outnumbered, outgunned. With the rest of 7-9, Adib's trying to go peek in. He's got the crate, but on the wrong side. But ooh, can he crit one onto Adibs? No, he cannot. Adibs did fall pretty low. Secured the kill though, so no more info going on their way. Crit VIP, do they look to push or book out the ticket right now? And it seems like they're going with full-fledged aggression. Now, this is a team that I'd like to see go popping heads here, going up against Truck. Drop shot is there, but he lost out on the trade. They're trading it. Confirms the kill. Bebeng. He's now playing with Insomnus, and Sam9 only left Putra alive. But oh my god, from the far side, it is Fredo who eliminates the likes of Crit VIP.
Man, here to spoil the party And they were just about to crush off Sem9 as well. And Sem9 gotta thank their nemesis for this. It's like, okay, we'll get you next time. For now, we'll let you go. That's a little bit of a rowdy ride, and Crit VIP could have actually capitalized there.
Yeah.
And though they didn't get the first blood or anything at all, it just shows that this team can fight.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, at least it's not for the lack of trying. They had that. It was a third-party factor. Boo-hoo, you can't do much about it. But man, they had that fight. They definitely had it.
Yeah, gotta put a ring on it.
But then you'll be tied down a lifetime. See? And if you didn't have a prenup, you're losing half your stuff.
Prenup?
You've never heard about it? Oh no.
I've heard about it.
My friend, time to get yourself a prenup before you make a commitment you can't go back on.
Okay. Well, of course, we have a lot of free time, and you have a lot of free data. Oh, thanks to Yoodo, powered by Cellcom. For those who are using it so far, tell us your experience. Pretty sure it's gonna be great reviews anyways, like money saving, data saving.
I mean, how much can you complain when it's free to play PUBG Mobile?
Nothing to complain.
Exactly. So if it's all free, that sounds good to me.
I remember an experience where back then, before the pandemic, a lot of these PUBG Mobile tournaments were held offline, and sometimes it's overseas. There's also roaming, which gives us a really decent price, like no other. That's why you got to consider equipping yourself with the finest, and Yoodo definitely offering the best choice.
Honestly, if you told me that data roaming, you can allocate X amount for it, I'll hop on it straight away, because I think data roaming is the most expensive service you could ever ask from a of it onto my data roaming. And that's 120 gig overseas, in which I don't have to get a new SIM number.
Honestly, even 120 gigs are like overkill. Like 50 gigs itself, like on top of Wi-Fi usage that you go for.
In overseas, it burns off pretty relatively fast.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. But then again, now we're going to be looking back into the game, because there's a lot of data that we have to process right here. Team Secret right in the middle of Hacienda, driving towards water treatment. So he's trying to stray away from all these sort of danger zones. MUGEN that will move inside of Minas Generalis. You know, RSG has already left the vicinity, it seems. So Farang, they will be taking over instead. MUGEN just passing by, maybe just cutting into the junkyard area for a little bit more of a safety net. MUGEN now currently positioned 13th. Of course, disregarding the teams that are not playing right now.
Yeah, also Genexus found a clean entrance here. Coming in from the west side, since everyone's busy down south, saturated down below. And Genexus might maybe get this one in the bag. Obviously, eyes on DVD for me. Can't go back on my words, but Genexus, if they're hoping for a good game today, this could be it.
Though in the last round of Miramar, they managed to secure a top 7 or top 6 finish.
4 kills.
4 kills in the name. Could have been more. It seemed like it's 8, though. And now, long-range taps coming in from Damn Cutie. It's been years, and he's still a cutie.
Dude didn't age. Look at him.
Yeah?
He looks like a little boy. I almost feel bad.
Why do you feel bad?
It's because I'm calling him a little boy. And you know how it is in a man's world, right? You want to look older so you're respected. To a certain degree.
Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of boys here who are still playing, and they are really looking sharp. One such player is Rebel Boy, then you have Smell Boy, now known as Shao Boy. How many other boys do we have? Para Boy. He's in a different league of his own.
Yeah, but he's a thirst trapper, you know?
Thirst trap?
Yeah, that's what people say, right? Good-looking guys, probably millions of followers over in TikTok, which, by the way, PUBG Mobile's on TikTok, in case you didn't already know. Go over to PUBG Mobile MY official for the Malaysian side, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile official PH for Philippines.
Yeah, and of course, shout out and mabuhay to all my other caster friends back in the Philippines. Hope you guys are holding up fine through these weeks. No, it's a long run of the league. And of course, make sure you guys stay hydrated. That's my message. If they're actually hearing, they're actually at work right now.
Yeah, they're doing the Filipino cast, which, funnily enough, I cannot find. I've been trying to locate it. I can't find it on
look
Facebook.
at PUBG Mobile PH, or go to YouTube, your safest bet.
Yeah, I found them
Or
on YouTube.
find them on TikTok, our official social media partners.
Hi. Meanwhile, Genexus now finds their way center circle.
You're just not trying hard enough, that's why. So don't blame it on other people.
No, I choose where my efforts go into, and it depends on what the returns are of that effort.
Right. Okay then, suit yourself. Meanwhile, look at how congested this valley is. And this valley, the center point of a lot of casualties that come by. In moments time, Genexus now smack right dap in the center. As we have NC taking out the Car 98K. Feels like an ancient weapon that nobody uses nowadays. Spots movements from Axis redONE. And I don't know if they're going to be able to actually remain safe. The good thing about single tap weapons or bolt action rifles is that you just remove helmets immediately, and this is where Katsususu tries to remove a player out of Axis. A little bit of distance here, but shots are now being fired. Still not safe for them to claim, but Katsususu will not be revived nonetheless.
Oh, Axis Katsususu just played it absolutely smart. He knew that his flank side is being covered right now, so that he'll try to bait them into that position, but unfortunately he will bow out before he could actually get in the refrag. So NC comes out with 1 kill. Axis still has 3 members. They have eyes on the rest of NC, so I don't know who really has the upper hand here, but it is NC who's making their way into the circle further and might just even gatekeep the like of Axis themselves.
Magic's now zooming up the heels. Got the 4x scope. Good enough for a Car 98K. He just don't want a freaking red dot on this weapon. It's not going to make anything happen. But we've seen, even in some instances where you have no scopes at all, you can still land those taps. Just gotta pray that it lands. Meanwhile, Ares now playing for MUGEN. Has his eyes onto Team Bosskurr. It's got great looking hair, I gotta say. Love this style.
Yeah, it's reminding me of one of the anime. I believe it's called Attack on Titan.
Oh, which character though?
Eren Yeager.
Eren Yeager.
Yeah.
But here you have Aaron Chan.
The curtain cuts. You know, maybe you should sport the same haircut.
I used to have that same haircut. Just that it doesn't look as...
What, the curtains?
Yeah.
Classic curtains, god dang.
You call them curtains, man.
Because it looks like a curtain. Before I mean, back in the days where they had curtains for 6 months.
If you have really long hair and you just block your own face, that's a curtain to me. Because I always keep my curtain shut. Anyways.
Well, Genexus getting to a prime position to actually gatekeep the likes of Team Huck, maybe even Sam9 to follow with, and DBD. All hopes and dreams, my hopes and dreams lies with them. It seems like they might just have found themselves in a harder path to follow.
Yeah, and this is just the middle of the phase right now. So Genexus, they're planning themselves over onto the corners of Hacienda. It's still going to be a risky place to play from, but they will be able to farm some numbers if they do get the crosshair shooting at members like Team Hawk. Some shots being let loose from Yoodo Alliance, so far away. Axis tries to cut through the back. Might just meet up with the rest of Team Secret if they go further front. Bosskurr still holding on to that #1 position, but they haven't found themselves any sort of kills for the moment. Sam9 has already gotten 2. And 1 apiece for the rest of them. Farang at least got themselves 1 in the back, and they're about to land another one.
Wait, what? That blew himself up, it seems. I think he cooked that nade a little bit too long.
Maybe he was trying to throw, and then, like, once he got knocked down, it drops to the floor. That could be it.
That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. Maybe.
Point denied, I guess. But actually, Farang still gets themselves that frag though.
Yeah.
Third pointer in, and Rappaboy outclasses Iron Pro with a headshot and another headshot, making the pain last.
Make it last forever, they say. Back in the 2000s where, you know, emo was the thing, and right now, HomeBois.
It's not a face.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's not a face.
Trying to be the cool kids. HomeBois, unfortunately, what? Down to the last member? Whatever happened?
Well, getting picked on, that's what happened. As Semnai had to move out of the territory, but they do find 2 knocks by Adams. All line up in the collateral. And now, seems like there's only going to be 1 member left behind.
He's going to cross, though. Adams tries to make it a pass. Bat will be burned in the blue here. Crippled by Funkil, who got him right by the Achilles tendon. Cannot run forever.
He used to be an adventurer like you, till he took lead to defeat. I'm pretty sure that's not how it
ends. It doesn't rhyme that way. It has to be the knee.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, meanwhile, speaking about which, though, Funkil just did some absolute questionable maneuver. He just threw himself out on a moving vehicle and, well, broke his own legs in the process. So he will bow out. Meanwhile, Axis and NC, it seems like this rivalry hasn't found itself towards an end just yet. But it is the member of NC gatekeeping Axis.
Yeah, great shot coming in from Liu once again. And Xiaoboy trying to break out his vehicle. He does get the knock. And that makes it 2. Quick pick downs there onto DBD members. Now, Jimmy OP is out there in the middle of the open. A little risky pay, but oh my goodness. Still managed to spot them out on the outskirts. They're already struggling, and Xiaoboy just hurts the rest of DBD, so there goes your predictions.
Well, that's, like I said, they are underdogs. I wasn't expecting more of this. That was wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking?
Wishful thinking.
13 is where you're at. So, at least that's a pubescent H. Rip now with a grenade.
I don't know what to say. That sounded borderline illegal.
Okay. But this circle seems quite illegal to me. Look at how far it goes up.
Oh, 4 rivals. I knew it. One of the Miramar maps.
Like I tell you so. 4 rivals. Just basically making things happen. Isaac now from Team Secret gets 1. RG trying to cut by from the south side. Has to duel with Bosskurr, as well as the sole member of Yoodo Alliance hiding behind that truck. They could just easily break it down. Doesn't seem like RSG need to worry about it. Great to see Ranger having a little bit more airtime as well on screen. Has been working out a lot in-game, out-of-game. Got the massive biceps. One role model of a pro player, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if you get yourself in a balanced life, and that makes you an athlete already, right? Doing things nobody can and still keeping a prime performance. But that shot right there, man, Axis found themselves on a back foot just when they thought they were the gatekeepers. But MUGEN, the MUGEN train arrived but got derailed, especially with Ham 10K. Now Virgil is left. Champion the rest of MUGEN up against the 4 of 4 rivals.
Oh man, MUGEN not really in the best position out there, hugging by the corners of the wall. Team Hot tried to push through. They're just going to be holding out for now. NC now challenges them. And it's not going to be all too good, though. No vision whatsoever, and that's going to be more names on the board. Edwin finds members of Team Secret. Ranger now being pinned out by Bosskurr as well. And the name starts to roll across the map. We need a bird's eye view.
Yeah, but 4 rivals. Instead, this will be the highlight that we will focus on. Oh, correct me myself. Genexus now goes down. One after another. And I think there was one member of MUGEN, it was Xiaoboy, who actually hopped off his vehicle and had to pay the handsome price here. And now Team Hawk spraying down against NC, who has made their way past of Axis. Now finds himself in another trouble.
Great headshot coming out of eye shots right there. Eliminates Axis Red 1. Spot on, as we still have so many of all these players here hustling over on the other corners of the map. Now, these hills definitely have a lot of creases for them to hide out, so Team Secret can play it slowly. They don't have to rush, as 4Rivals is going to be the next one closest to them, and they don't seem to have those numbers to fight off just yet.
Meanwhile, Team Hawk, again, they've turtled themselves up to the last 6 teams at the very least. Here, still have 4 members. All they have to do is gatekeep the likes of Tabah NSEA, but as we've seen before, it's not the easiest thing to do, but Zali is repositioning himself, but he's got to worry about 4Rivals coming from his direction instead. Oh, nades, Genexus.
Oh boy, this is not looking good, but Bosskurr tried to trade right back. Great nade, drop right in. Xiaoboy pushes upwards. Xiaoboy will be found by the rest of NSEA, if that's even a word. And NSEA also spots the rest of Bosskurr. Xiaoboy tries to move backwards. That grenade's gonna clip. Bosskurr gets that knock. They have to leave Zigzag behind.
Unfortunate. Zigzag is the cluster, but it is Asfar and Aboy. If they're still up playing, there's always a shot for Bosskurr. Genexus now down again. Not so much of a great run, but at least at subpar with 6 eliminations and 6th place. That should give them at least maybe 10 points. But 4Rivals now, they are here and they are looking strong to play here. In the middle of the circle, they have the most control, gatekeeping the other teams from getting in, and Team Secret is under the gunfire.
Oh, as he tries to trade right back, he spots out members of the side of 4Rivals, and they're still looking to have the entirety of the sector here being booked out. Dance pushes forward, almost getting a clip, and he's still living alive. And he almost got both of the members of Team Hawk. Close call, but not close enough. Team Hawk survives, and they should be able to reset and get all 4 players, well, healthy and alive.
Yeah, Bosskurr has got eyes. If only he took a bit of shot there. He did. He wasn't able to go in with the revive, and it seems that Bosskurr may have bit a little bit. I mean, Team Hawk has bit a little bit more than they could chew, taking more damage. And they like what the trade is there. Camper takes out our boy, their best player right now on the Bosskurr's arsenal.
Oh, here goes another fight coming in as he uses that grows are having a little bit of recall going on, but it's still going to be iShots that will save the day. Not even the Molotov can catch up to him. Here comes another grenade though, and iShots will deplete the rest of Team Hawk. Now down to 3 teams. Team Secret, even with 2, is still not backing down.
Bosskurr though. 9 kills already with Bosskurr. Today they have the most perfect run, I would say. I don't think they had a bad game. The one game that didn't get the points is the one game they sat out, and right now they're just raking in the numbers. Bosskurr just insanely consistent in week number 3.
Oh boy, speak of the devil here. Team Secret getting shot out. So let's see, in this 4 versus 4, who's going to be the biggest victor of them all? 10 points already secured. So even on 2nd place, that puts you up to 22 points without even taking the players off of 4Rivals. But 4Rivals, as much as they make their way into the final circle, they only got 3 points apiece. So if that chicken dinner comes true, they have to land all of these kills against Bosskurr in order to make the cut to tie things evenly.
Man, I don't know. Bosskurr just absolutely stole the show for week number 3. Even if they bow out right now, they probably did better than 4Rivals themselves in this Miramar map. 10 kills, still 4 members, and now the circle shifted. 4Rivals is the one who had to make a move. Jumper gets knocked down. It's a 3v4 essentially right now. Bosskurr capitalizing on this. Baburu, he's cooking up the nade, but straight away they're crashing in. Do you have any sort of info on the likes of 4Rivals? Ayman does. He's been spraying down one direction, gets another member. 4Rivals now 2 members left up against the entirety of the CEOs.
Thompson in the late game is something that we don't see that often. And here comes Ayman cooking up that grenade. Drops it over the back. Damage is broken. Standing by the mini church out there, hoping that he will be able to seek refuge for a little bit longer. Burdo, just by the fences, I'm not too sure if that's going to be the best play that he could actually come up with. But Bosskurr, they don't really have to do too much. They just have to wait. Burdo reveals his own location though. Ayman now going for a little bit more of a push, shoving a little bit more area of play. And they're slowly getting zoned out. Outside of the blue, they might go. And here comes Bosskurr flipping onto Bulky. But Buru, what can he do?
Well, the hunter is now being hunted. It seems one-man army playing within this little square. If they have nades, they don't. But the Molotov is there. He's gonna burn himself. Will he confirm the kill? No. Actually, he will deny that last point. From the likes of Bosskurr, he knew it was a suicide mission already, and wow, bites into cyanide and takes his own life.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's definitely gonna sting and hurt at the same time. But then again, Bosskurr, try as you may, they will still secure maximum points overall. So that's 14 elimination if he did take himself out. So that's 13 total. So some may say 13 ghosts is
lucky number 13.
At.
Yeah, they said lucky number 13, or was it the other way around? Is it a bad luck number? I'm not sure. Well, let's not believe in that things. But man, this team, week number 3, stealing the show since day number 1. 2 chickens in day number 1. I believe this is their second chicken as well. And at one time they didn't get a chicken over in Erangel. They still got about 14 kills and 3rd place.
Well, I wish we could talk to the boys, like what really went well for them, that they have all these high motivations to push so hard. Now, reclaiming that number 1 title, even though GEEK fans tried to stop them, I think like now we see ourselves a new challenger on the board in this brand new week. But my oh my, what an explosion that was. Tam really outfought everybody out there, takes out the rest of HomeBois. And that was what exactly happened to the team, which we may have missed out.
Yeah, the whole NC fight was a spectacle as well, because for the most part, Axis had the upper hand with them being in the circle first, but NC, they made their maneuver immediately coming behind of the rest of Axis and gatekeeping them, and the tides have turned and shifted really, really hard there.
Yeah, NC definitely got some battles here against Bosskurr as well as members of Genexus, but then again, they were also out in their open plains, which 4 Rivals eventually gets to punish. Team Hawk made it pretty far, but then again, they were not really in the best position to fight against all these other teams. I've really got to say, Boy really is the best player that we see for this week. So I'm not surprised if he's going to end up as the MVP this time around.
Yeah, he just gave the man the trophy already. I mean, he deserved it with that sort of performance. Like, he's really doing damage for his team, right? Like, he's holding that one up. And people said that Zigzag was the clutch master for Bosskurr. Well, might want to step aside a little bit, because our boy, he's pulling in the numbers.
That's right, and our boy, let's hope to see him getting a lot more MVP titles. And I wonder if the most MVP titles accrued, would they actually get the prize by the end of the season? Probably yes.
They do. So apparently they have prizes for Terminator of the Week.
Oh.
And so far, I think the first one goes to Team Hawk, second one goes to HYVE, and now the 3rd week.
Is it Team Hawk?
Yeah.
Really?
Apparently so.
Oh, wow.
The first week, I'm blown away myself, man. Blown away.
Okay, and look at this. 28 points out there with 1 point denied. Could have been 29 overall, but Team Secret moves up ahead with 17 points as they are still one of the best teams here in Miramar to play. 4 Rivals, though they secured 2nd spot, they didn't have enough eliminations against all the other 2 teams out there. While Team Hawk, they got 4 takedowns and many more, but it's as far, going as far as he can here to snatch this one away from our boy.
Yeah, I might even say that this dude went above and beyond. Although 3 eliminations, 796 damage, 23% team contribution, which is a bit iffy, right? Because you don't really know what the metrics are. You know that they had a healthy amount of kills, 13 kills, so you can't even argue that he has the biggest slice of that pie.
That's right. Now we take a look at the weekly rankings as we close off the night here with 144 points for Team Bosskurr and 1, 2, 3. Making it easy for GEEK fam. They do slide down to number 2. 4 Rivals now 3rd place finish with 91 points, 79 on 4th. NC makes up the top 5 with 81 points. So the chase is still on. Team Secret bounce back up here with a great finish on 7th place. The Genexus now gets themselves back into the top 10.
Top 10 indeed is first start for recovery, but they are looking to trail on nearly 70 points behind or so. And so Genexus, if this is the last game for the day. Tomorrow they really have to come in strong, and I meant Bosskurr strong. Like every single game has to matter and pull in the numbers for them. But here are the top 3 eliminated so far. Week 3 in day number 2. GEEK fam across the board here. HYVE taking out number 1, Micah at number 2, and Damn Rude taking up the 3rd spot.
And of course, there's no surprise to us because these guys just are made of machines. Like, man, are they cyborgs? You call them aliens. I think like the rest of the more humanly guys are basically cyborgs. Like, literally, Damrit could also chase up the HYVE with 2 more frags. Micah just needs 1 more. Like,
I mean,
it's impressive.
Yeah, they're literally shoulder to shoulders right now. Like, 1 kill could tip the balance. And maybe upset HYVE, because it seems like he was really chasing those kills, and which is a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. He really wants to earn it and outperform.
Even if he loses out, GEEK still wins.
Yeah,
right.
So, I mean, there was a time where his push actually cost them the game. I remember it was that one Miramar, but they got 2nd place. Still noteworthy and a heavy amount of kills, so you can't go wrong with that.
That's right. Big frags coming in from GEEK fam, but then again, big winners here today are Team Bosskurr, because they've got themselves 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally we could say 2 chicken dinners.
2 chicken dinners, and one of those games, a 14 elimination top 3.
Wow. Just insane. I don't even have words to describe these guys, because they came out of nowhere last week. They started to find that formula hitting into the later stages of the weekend, and then now lo and behold, they're finally here with the best things to offer. So any Bosskurr fans out there in the comments, go ahead, cheer on for your favorite players, because we're about to also speak to them later this.
Yeah,
I
later.
believe.
I mean,
Maybe.
hopefully we do get Bosskurr. However, we'll be happy to talk to anyone who's going to be by the end of the line here. You know, it gets real lonely here in the studio. It's just Contra and myself. And there's only so much.
That's not enough for you.
Dude, there's only so much puns we can come out with before we lose our sanity. Okay.
Right.
That's
how I keep my sanity, though. Like, I can have puns for days.
Sounds like signs of breakdown right there. But well, we're not gonna pull you into our own personal problems. Let's take a look at how this chicken dinner was earned.
Okay, so let's start off here. It's a little bit of a cluster mess down on the south side. Like, you can barely even read names. Like, it's no joke. There's literally 10 teams on that hill around Minas Generalis. And look at 4 rivals. They didn't have to move a muscle. They've been staying put. Well, I guess that's the reason why, because they're not getting any kills, because everyone else were taking each other out. And the closest one that came up to them was literally Team Bosskurr. And from that point onwards, it was a little bit more of a push where Bosskurr was also on top of that hill, overlooking everybody else. We saw RG on the lower side. HomeBois was also taken down in the blink of an eye. And there's so much more that we may have actually missed out, because this match itself was just going topsy-turvy with every single turn we get. So down towards this situation where we have Team HYVE on the open grounds, and honestly, there's nothing much to break down for this current slide because they were so far apart.
Yeah.
But the problem is for HYVE International, they have to find a way in the circle. Same goes to Team Secret. So eventually these 2 teams will be battling it out. So heading into the late game, we saw NC also was fighting against RSG. Once they were done, they were meeting up against the rest of Team HYVE.
I have to give it to Tabah NSEA though. They are the hardest worker in this game, right? They bypassed Axis, took out Axis, took out RSG, and actually, fight against Team HYVE, who was there within the area. Sure, they did not get the chicken dinner, but man, the hell and high water they had to cross here. Bosskurr though, props to them, winning against a team like 4 rivals, which is no easy task. But obviously with the number advantage going on the side of the Team Bosskurr, it was set in stone that this was about to happen.
Then again, they start off on the 4 versus 4.
That's true.
And then eventually, when they know that it's a lost cause, Pumper says, okay, you want that point? You can't get me. I'm taking myself out of here. And they call it a night from then on. still 4 rivals now currently sit at 3rd position. Number 1 has to be Team Bosskurr. So I believe that some of these guys will be speaking out to us when it comes down to how these matches have come into fruition for them, working really well. And they know it's grind time because you can't afford another week to press on, because final week there, I think when teams are desperate, they will do anything to survive. So with that, let's also talk to some of these players out there, and now we will have Sem9 joining us on the call. And of course, let's welcome on board Sem9 as we have their team manager, Jason. Of course, dear friend of mine, how are you doing and how's the rest of the boys holding up here on the 3rd week of the PMPL?
Thanks for asking. I mean, we're doing pretty good. I have to say, it's been a while since seeing you face Contra in real life as well. But yeah, I miss you, buddy. But yeah, I mean, so far, week 3, day 2, we're doing pretty good. The boys are holding up pretty good as well. Everyone is still very hyped up. Even though there is some slumps, but we'll be bouncing back stronger for the next few days.
All right. And we're already seeing a level of consistency being formed by Sem9. Sure, there was also a couple of games where they tend to struggle, but at least on this week itself, you guys are comfortably positioned for the time being, but it's only 2 days. Was there any sort of challenges that you have been able to also address for the team going through some of these weeks? Maybe you could share with us some of the things that you could manage to fix throughout the journey.
Definitely there is, like some slopes during our weeks, since like week 1 and week 2, but we managed to fix them. Sometimes it's just, someone's having a bad day, and even though they're having a bad day, we just try our best to like cheer each other up, hype each other up as much as possible, because like once you have a bad day, you're gonna have bad games. But overall, we are like, right now we're just progressing towards every game together. We focus on every game. We're not gonna be focusing on winning, but we're gonna be focusing on each map. And like after all and said, like everyone is just happy together right now. Everyone's happy, but right now also like there is some challenges, but I could really say, but so far still we are able to overcome it, and I could say we're doing pretty okay right now, even though like there is some issues, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's great to hear that everything's running well. Keith,
I have a question. Yeah, Jason. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
What's up, man? It's been a while.
So what's the attitude in a room right now? Because, highly likely Sem9's already going to the country finals. We know that for sure, right? And then everyone's going to start back from, I guess, somewhat zero or a significant amount of leads. Not so much, I would say. Are you guys still trying to experiment stuff throughout the rest of this week, or are you going hard at it despite it being the week number 3?
A little bit of both. We tend to, test out some waters, try something new in the other hand. But so far, yeah, we're doing a little bit of both at the same time.
Okay, that's definitely good to hear. And of course, I know that Sem9 as an organization are having a lot of expectations on where you guys will end up. So what's the goal this time around for Sem9? I know like some people would just say PMGC is what we're aiming for, or it's just one step at a time, a country finals, C finals, and then that. Well, what's the approach here for you?
Well, our approach would definitely be like the first, like you said, Contra. Like the first step would be country finals first. Gotta focus on that because it's coming in 2 weeks' time. After the country finals, we'll definitely be focusing C, and then only we'll think about PMGC. Step-by-step basis.
Okay, awesome. So, of course, with that being said, any last words for Sem9 fans out there, because you guys have been on fire this week. So. For those of the guys who have been cheering you on, any messages to them?
All I have to say is we thank each and every supporter and fans in the bottom of our hearts. Thank you guys for supporting us throughout the whole journey. You know, it's 3 weeks already, and we hope to make you guys proud in our country finals, and hopefully we'll get to see.
All right, of course, we'll see you guys there then. And of course, thank you so much, Jason, for the interview that you've been joining us with. So for now, you guys deserve to get a good break. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Looking forward. Tabah. Very cool guy. Cool, composed, collected. I mean, I'm saying this as if it's the first time meeting him. So we've met up before in occasionals and events, and you know, it was Hari Raya and so on and forth. When is that happening again? I need some public holidays, man.
Hari Raya, I believe he has passed already. You gotta wait one more year for that.
What's the next big event? PUBG Mobile Country Final.
Deepavali. There's also Christmas.
There's Country Final.
Okay.
And there's also tomorrow.
Yes.
2022
We do
PMPL.
have tomorrow here to spare, but of course, we also have to thank all of you guys for tuning in the entirety of the day. This wraps up the run for our Thursday.
Yep.
So tomorrow on the Friday evening is where we're going to see you once again. My name's Contra, this is Keith, and of course we have to thank all of our partners out there. We start off with Realme, Dare to Leap, and of course Yoodo, powered by Cellcom, where you do it better.
And TikTok, follow PUBG Mobile, okay? This is the 2022 PMPL MY SGPH Fall. We'll see you tomorrow instead. A bit tired right now. Bye-bye.